See oli Narva tandemkoor ja
This was the choir from Narva called Tandem Choir. And probably this beginning gave you the right tune for the following 2 days. And the choir called Tandem Choir from Narva started just a little bit time ago. That was in 2020 at the end of the year. And there are both Russian-speaking and Estonian-speaking singers. And in the beginning, it was an integration project, which means that most of the singers have never sang in a choir in their adulthood. And Oliver Povel is the conductor of the choir. But now I have the honor of giving the floor to the Minister of Culture of the Republic of Estonia, Piret Hartman.
Head lõimurid.
Dear integrators, dear partners, dear speakers, both from Estonia and from abroad, dear friends. It is my pleasure and it's also an honor to be standing here in front of you. I'd also like to thank the choir for this joyful beginning. It was 16 years ago when we started with the tradition of integration conferences. And then I thought that these conferences must be in fun places. And I'm very happy to say that this year we are in the cultural hub of Estonia. And integration and fun goes hand in hand. But of course, our lives become more and more multifaceted all the time. Backgrounds, ethnicity, is changing, knowledge, skills of people who live in Estonia, they enrich our society. But of course, it is not a secret that there are also challenges. In a way, in the situation where we have different ethnic minorities, we are as if moving in two directions. On the one hand, people who come here, they want to keep their traditions, their culture, their language. Lennart Meri has said, without culture, there is no people. Culture gives you the identity, it gives you the roots, and that's why it's also very understandable that everyone is willing to keep their cultural background. But on the other hand, we want to create a joint, shared Estonian cultural space. How to do it? Let's look at the situation we are in right now in Estonia. Different research shows us that the trend has not become positive. The differences have deepened. Both people from Estonian background and people from other ethnic backgrounds don't have contacts. 40% don't have mutual contacts, and that trend is still growing. Additionally, if we look at the spatial planning and the cities, we see that there are more districts which are segregated. And of course, whatever is happening in the world has also become a challenge for our society and things that are happening here. And I'm afraid that there is no magic wand. There is no solution that would fit for different situations, one solution. And that's why we have different fields who have to do what they have to do. The IT sector, education, labor market, spatial planning, cultural field. But there is one good thing, something we've learned after the corona. We don't have borders anymore. We felt those physical borders before, but not anymore. Your language body can live somewhere on the other side of the world. And I think that ice has started to melt also in the field of education. That's what written into the coalition agreement on the political level does not solve the problems right away, but I think that we have chosen the right direction. And if the direction is correct, we are on the right way. But in different fields, this question has to be tackled in a much braver way. And one field is the spatial planning. Very often in Estonia we hear that the market will settle things, but when we go just 80 kilometers away to Helsinki, we see that it's actually a decision made by the society and people who decide how the city is going to develop. Our president has said that we have different pasts, but we have a common future. And for a long time, I thought that we don't need to speak so much about our past. But when the war started with Ukraine on the 24th of February, I understood that there are things that we can't keep not talking. We can't speak about a strong building if we don't have a strong foundation. And that's why we need to look back into the past and dare to speak about the history as well. But despite that, I think that there is a big common ground that we share. Also with people from the eastern part of Estonia, Ida-Viru County, who not always think like I do, but we have to agree that we all like Estonia, we all love free Estonia, the Republic of Estonia. And other things are just details. My good friend, a colleague, Eda Siiberg, has said the following words. To be together does not mean to be similar. To be apart gives you a possibility sometimes to show how unique you are. But the balance, finding the balance and proceeding from shared values, this should be the basis on which, or the foundation on which the future must be built. And to sum it up, we have very different people attending the conference today. And when we are speaking about integration, you can't do that staying in your own bubble. And that's why we need different platforms for people to meet, where they can communicate, talk to each other, and find these common things that they share. And it's also the same thing here. We can't find new solutions if we continue sitting in one bubble. We need to look further. We are looking around to get more experience from abroad, and that's why I very much thank all those speakers who have come here to share their knowledge and experience. And by doing that together, I'm sure we can find solutions to the challenges, to the problems we have been facing for many years already. Not continuing in our own bubbles, but together. Having said that, I wish everybody a successful, interesting and enjoyable conference. I also hope that you will find extra time for special communication with different people. I am sorry to say that I can't stay here with you all the time, but in my thoughts I am with you. And I'd like to thank everybody who has made an input into this complicated field. Thank you. Thank you for the opening words. There are going to be others. And now I have the honor to call Dmitry Moskovtsev here, who is the director of the Integration Foundation. Dear participants of the conference, both in the cultural hub, but also via the web. Good cooperation partners, I welcome all of you on behalf of the team of Integration Foundation. I am very happy to see that there are so many here who think along with us. The Integration Conference has become a good tradition already. So once a year, we come together, we think together, we make plans how to make Estonian society more cohesed. And we have, as earlier, experts from different countries, and with the help of them, we can meet the challenges of Estonian society in a better way and also in a more inspired way. We are very grateful that you have found time to be here with us. The topic of this year's conference is segregation. Segregation is insidious and very often also invisible. We tend to create the picture of the world depending on whom we communicate with, which media channels we follow, and we consume information with which we agree. But that means that the confrontation with somebody who has a different background compared to ours, segregation comes up. Segregation has many faces. You can live in different cities, you can live even in different districts, but you can also live together, but still not to communicate. You may go to the same school, but still during the break, you communicate only with your classmates who share your background. I have also my own story. I am born in Estonia, and 2/3 of my life I have lived in my own bubble. And with Estonians and Estonian society, my contacts were minimum. And it was only during the university time when I started to have first Estonian friends. And it took only 1 or 2 years that I needed to learn the language, and I discovered the cultural field of Estonia. Very often we speak about the language barrier that is hampering communication, but we need to understand that we also have the contact barrier. People avoid communication with representatives of other ethnic groups because they believe that they are so different that it's impossible to find a common share. But once you have created that contact, you find that there are also mutual interests and everything else is solvable. And integration is not just an ethnic issue, it's a socio-economic, spatial, educational, and regional topic. In the field of integration, we deal with building contacts, bridges, we are looking for shared ground and also connections between different fields. One of the directions of the Integration Foundation is to create safe places for communication. For example, the Estonian houses, where we have different events, we have the language environment, different projects, and Narva, in Harju County, around Tallinn, so we are there. And something that I'd like to point out, it's the voluntary work. Both Estonians, but also other nationalities, they come forth, and hundreds of people are ready to spend their free time to support language learners to go through that complicated path. And believe me, very often we see real magic of integration taking place between people, and that's our final goal. During the following years, we are going to develop more this voluntary approach, and this is a huge potential there. Together with our good cooperation partners, the ministry and others, we start also additional activities next year, which are all aiming at creating more contacts between people. For example, we have labor market program, which means that a person is sent to another place in Estonia to be able to work in a different language environment. Conferences and discussions like this, these are very important inputs in planning all these activities, both for us but also for our partners, good participants of the conference. We have asked the question, together or apart? I wish fruitful discussions in searching for the middle ground to all of us. I am convinced that the answer is in staying together, coming to meet each other, and the most important thing is sharing common values and also loving our shared home, Estonia. Have a successful conference. Thank you for these opening words as well. And now, dear participants, I'd like to introduce you to the conference and the plans, to give you also some organizational information. Today, at this conference, we have this heading, Together or Apart, Searching for the Middle Ground. And the conference takes place on 2 days. Today we have the first day, tomorrow we have the second day. And the topics, if I like to characterize them, they can be grouped into 3 parts. First of all, we are also going to speak about threats or those, let's say, darker sides when integration is not very successful. So what happens then? And then we look at each other and realize that the distance between us is too big. We also ask for opinion of other countries to share their experience, what they have done. But then we also look into the future, how to move on so that the future would be more shared and a little bit less apart. I am sure that the presentations awaiting for us are very interesting. Also, the panel discussions. We have experts of their field, academics, researchers, and practitioners. And today's program is dedicated to segregation, including also educational issues. And tomorrow is dedicated to the topic of diaspora. Additionally, to all these people who are here in the Cultural Hub, I would also like to welcome everybody who is following our conference via the web. And the conference can be followed live by the home site of our Integration Foundation, www.integrationconference.ee. But it's also Estonian National Broadcasting, which is giving the live presentation of the conference direct. And additionally to that, both in the web and also the Estonian National Broadcasting portal, you see the presentations and recordings of the presentations, and that that would be something like in a week's time. And now speaking about the interactivity of our conference, additionally to what is being said from the stage, we'd also like to have some sort of communication between the audience and the speakers, which means that there is a possibility to ask questions. And how to do that, I'm going to explain it in more detail. Those who are listening to the conference via the web, you probably have found already the right place. So in the program, under the program, there is the questions and answers section. And those of you among the audience who would also rather ask the questions via web, you can go to the same site. But then there is another option. If you take the program books out, which you received at the back inside cover, there is the QR code. And if you scan that into your mobile device, you can also get direct to the conference home site. And I'd like to draw attention to the fact that when you print in your question, then always add the name of the speaker or the topic or the theme of the presentation. And additionally, people at the information board, you probably noticed when you entered the cultural hub that there was the information wall set up. What's the meaning of it? It means that we want to collect as many ideas as possible and how to go forth with the segregation issues here in Estonia. And this wall of good ideas is something where we need your help. That means that we kindly ask you to put down your ideas or thoughts on the little puzzle bit which you found on the seat here. And the same goes for those who are following us via the web, because then there is a button for you which has the word mõte, which means the thought. Additionally, we also have the poll today, or Gallup. That's button is called Gallup on the home site. And we can have a look at the results at the end of the conference day. And there is a very simple question. How many friends from different nationalities have you got? And there are 4 options. First, none. Second option, 1 to 2. Third option, 2 to 5. And fourth, more than 5. So please be active in taking part in that Gallup as well. And the information about the conference that is now delivered, and I have the honor to give the floor to the first speaker of today, Mr. Kairat Abrahamov, who is the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities, and is going to speak about the OSCE High Commissioner of National Minorities, Ljubljana Guidelines on Integration of Diverse Societies, a practical reference for integration policies.
Thank you so much for such introduction, especially for excellent pronunciation of my and spelling of my family name. Honorable Madam Minister Hartmann, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is an honor for me to address this conference. In fact, my predecessors, as well as members of my staff, have had the pleasure to participate, to contribute in this annual very significant event. It was in the past. For me, today is the first opportunity, and that's why I am so grateful for this kind invitation, which I received on behalf of the distinguished organizers, the Integration Foundation, the Ministry of Culture of Estonia, and this speaks to the such a close collaboration and partnership between Estonia and my office of the High Commissioner on National Minorities of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. And this partnership and literally friendship has been continuing since 30 years ago, when this very office was established. Indeed, Estonia's long-standing experience in integration policies has evolved in parallel with the work of my institution. Estonia marked its 30th anniversary in integration work last year. In 2023, we will also celebrate 30 years since the Office of the High Commission on National Minorities was established in The Hague. This represents an opportunity to reflect how the world has changed in the past 30 years, highlight the relevance of the mandate of High Commissioner, and share the lessons that we have learned from engaging with participating states, and namely with Estonia. And the geopolitical challenges, and Madam Minister has reflected just a few moments ago on them, those challenges that we are all facing with the moment of such unprecedented, not simply challenges, but also threats to our security and sometimes even to our physical safety. And we will have opportunity to talk about it later today. My mandate was established 30 years ago. At that time it was still a conference, not organization, but conference on security and cooperation in Europe. And is this kind of mandate, and probably you remember the name of the first High Commission on National Minorities, Honorable Max van der Stoel, the renowned Dutch statesman. So this mandate is to provide so-called early warning and early action to prevent tensions involving national minorities issues from developing these tensions into the conflict. I engage in quiet diplomacy, and with discrete actions, I am providing tailored expertise to the 57 OEC participating states in order to support their efforts to develop and implement policies that facilitate the integration of diverse societies. At a time when the degree of both real and perceived diversity in our societies has increased, promoting policies and laws that facilitate integration through inclusion and respect for diversity is one of the most effective tools to prevent conflicts. Unfortunately, during the time my office has been operational, tensions related to national minority issues have not ceased to be relevant factors in conflict and war. Rather, confrontation prevails across OEC region. The inability to manage diversity in society and to meet the rights and needs of minorities, whether these are traditional minorities or new arrivals as immigrants or refugees, is exacerbated by inflammatory and populistic rhetoric. And I observe it with deep frustration still in many corners of the OEC region. Often minorities are presented as a national security threat in political discourse. Achieving a balance between protecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states on the one hand, and preserving the specific identity of minorities on the other hand, appears increasingly difficult, especially for relatively young states that are still undergoing national building process. Against this backdrop, the practice of politicizing, sometimes even weaponizing minorities abroad, who are sometimes used by their so-called kin states as proxies in local crises or conflicts has become a concerning trend. In line with my institution's Bolzan and Boson recommendations on national minorities in interstate relations, I hold that states may have a legitimate interest to support persons belonging to national minorities residing in other states based on ethnic, cultural, linguistic, religious, historical, or any other ties. However, there is a risk that this legitimate support could infringe on the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the country, and not only territorial integrity, where the minorities reside. This is the key message of these recommendations, which try to help states support minorities abroad in a manner that respects good neighborly relations. These recommendations aim to help states avoid the risk that minority issues are manipulated and instrumentalized for political reasons, which can undermine the legitimate role of the state and even lead to cross-border conflict. This is, as we have unfortunately seen, a realistic scenario. Alerting participating states to the dangers associated with this practice is something that I have been focusing on since took my mandate. We are already seeing the devastating consequences of the Russian Federation's decision to invade Ukraine, and most recently its illegal annexation of Ukraine's sovereign territories. As I have shared through my channels of above-mentioned quiet diplomacy, continued violence, aggression, and the forcible redrawing of boundaries with a stated objective to protect minorities or to build homogeneous societies will only lead to the further catastrophe. And it applies not to only to the ongoing war, but to some other possible scenarios in our OEC area. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of these risks, what can we do to increase the resilience of our diverse societies to crisis, external instrumentalization, and conflict? Over the years, my office has developed a set of guidelines and recommendations in a number of policy areas, such as education, the use of language, role of law, policing, media, participation of minorities, as well as with regard to interstate relations. These guidelines aim to help the 57 OEC participating states to strengthen integration and resilience of their societies. Just some weeks ago, my office marked the 10th anniversary of the Ljubljana guidelines on the integration of diverse societies, one of the most comprehensive thematic publications of the HCNM. These Ljubljana guidelines state that integration is a dynamic, multi-actor process of mutual engagement that facilitates effective participation by all members of a diverse society in the economic, political, social, and cultural life, and foster the shared and inclusive sense of belonging at national and local level. End of quotation. There are two key components here: mutual engagement leading to an outcome which is shared and inclusive sense of belonging, rather than putting the stress on how minorities might be accommodated within a nation-building project. There is an explicit focus on mutual engagement. In this sense, integration is defined as a two-way process that entails that both the majority and minority communities take responsibility for accommodating the needs of all and share the benefit of it. The Ljubljana guidelines also argue that this mutual accommodation can lead to change in minority and majority cultures. This may be an uncomfortable concept for those who are primarily interested in promoting and safeguarding one singular, uniform identity. Such aspiration is not only undesirable, but also unrealistic. As the first High Commissioner, I mentioned his name, Max van der Stoel, said, diversity is a matter of fact, and it is here to stay. That said, we need to acknowledge that minority communities are never homogeneous groups, and specific groups within them may have their own particular needs. Challenges to foster the participation of minority women, often facing intersectional discrimination, are a case in point. Then, the Ljubljana guidelines very well explain there has to be an understanding that identity is fluid, multi-layered, multiple, sometimes shifting concept, and that elements of the identity of what are considered to be different groups often intersect and overlaps. As one speaker at our Ljubljana Guidelines Anniversary Conference recently put, we no longer live in a layered cake where groups are separate and stacked. We live in a marble cake where different butters have flowed into one another. This reinforces the need to focus on the integration of societies as opposed to integration into society, and on policies that affect the whole of it, and not only minority communities. Estonia's comprehensive integration strategy, which brings together sectorial policies affecting the whole of society, is a tangible example of how this can be done in practice. Related monitoring mechanisms add an essential element of accountability. This is how change is most effectively achieved. But going back to inclusive policies that strengthen the cohesion of society, what are we talking about concretely? The policies that my office promotes are based on the principle of balance. Balance between the legitimate interest of the state to promote its national identity through language, education, historic memory, the media, to name but a few relevant policy areas, and the right of national minorities to see their own identity preserved and their interests and aspirations met. There are no one-size-fits-all ready-made solutions. Solutions are contextual. That is why in our joint work with participating states, my office closely cooperates with policymakers, practitioners, and members of the community, and I am so glad to see among participants of this conference our long-standing and reliable partners from academia, from think tanks, and from such a vibrant civil society. One policy area that we regularly see emerging as most central when talking about integration is education. In particular, multilingual education, which my institution has been promoting and concretely supporting for decades, has borne promising results in terms of social cohesion. In most of the contexts in which I operate, we help policymakers to maintain a balance between protecting the mother tongue of minorities and the need for minorities to be fluent in the state language in order for them to be fully engaged in public life and realize their full potential in society. But make no mistake, it is not just about language, and it is not just about policies related to school catering for children with minority background. The process of mutual accommodation that I was referring to earlier implies a change in the education system so that mutual understanding and interactions are strengthened in programs targeting the majority communities as well. Estonia has a wealth of experience to showcase in multilingual education, which my office has often referred to as a source of inspiration to other countries. One aspect that the Ljubljana Guidelines also addresses, and that I am aware some speakers after me will also discuss today, is the issue of, as it was also mentioned in introductory statements, issue of segregation, including in education. The guidelines acknowledge that as some minority rights are meaningful only when exercised in community with others, this may result in a degree of distinction from other groups in society in certain contexts. The guidelines advise that because isolation or excessive separation may weaken cross-community links and undermine the cohesiveness of society, it should therefore be countered or mitigated through additive approach. In this regard, I recall a heartwarming story from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Every 2 years, my institution, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, presents the Max van der Stoel Award in honor of the First High Commissioner. Who are awarded, we are talking about individual, group or organizations, for their outstanding achievements in improving the position of national minorities. In 2018, the prize went to an informal group of students from the town of Jajce in Bosnia and Herzegovina for their inspiring and courageous opposition to ethnic segregation in school. Throughout 2016, they vigorously campaigned against the decision by the education authorities to separate students based on ethnocentric curricula, in line with the so-called two school under one roof model prevalent in the country. Practices such as the persistently reinforced ethnic division and they rooted in the structural legacies of the armed conflict of 30 years ago, which played out in that region, as well as the subsequent constitutional framework laid out in the Dayton Peace Agreement. In the immediate post-war period, specific measures were necessary compromise to avoid a relapse into conflict. However, decades later, this is no longer needed. The students of Jajce understood that and took actions to reverse a situation that only serves to cement diversity in society. They advocated for and managed to achieve, in fact, an approach that takes into account the difference and sensitivities surrounding the school curricula, while firmly rejecting classroom segregation. This youth-driven grassroots initiative, which used the motto, "Segregation is a bad investment," perfectly reflects the values of integration and inclusion that I and my office advocate. This is very relevant to other countries and contexts as well. I hope you agree, even in current dramatic circumstances. Since February, I've been telling participating states that in response to today's war, conflict and national security challenges, it is important that we do not further marginalize minorities. Education in minority language just should not be stifled, but strengthened and given proper resources to promote mastery of official languages. I advise against banning the use of minority language in public space. Rather, multilingualism, wherever appropriate, should be cherished and promoted, and resources and incentives for learning and using the official language should be made available to all. Closing minority media channels could be perceived as a security necessity, but opportunities to access domestically produced content in minority languages should then be offered. Controversial monuments do not have to be destroyed. They could be used as an opportunity to learn from the past. Efforts to fight hate speech and hate crime, including against minorities, should continue and be adequately communicated to the public. And indeed, segregation should be avoided in all spheres of life, and mutual contacts should be promoted. Overcoming the current geopolitical divisions is an overwhelming challenge. At the same time, many minority issues with conflict potential have concrete and sometimes technical level answers. From my work and the work of my predecessors with the 57 participants of the OEC over the past 3 decades, I have drawn lessons, examples, inspiration. Estonia and its experience in integration policies has helped us enrich the toolbox that I share with participating states facing integration challenges. The international community, including the OEC, through its institutions, mechanisms, and policies, has an important role to play. My mandate to prevent conflict with regard to national minority issues is well placed to identify and early signs of conflict and propose strategies to prevent it both in the short and long term. And I'm taking this splendid opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to above-mentioned OEC participating states, to their governments, for their openness, for their constructiveness. In fact, my practical work proved that I do not have any kind of issues, problems in interaction with governments, with decision makers, with distinguished members of the parliaments. At the same time, my another observation is that many countries have managed to adopt almost perfect legislation when it comes to the interests of national minorities in all above-mentioned areas of education, language and linguistic policies, of participation of national minorities in political, cultural, economic life. But at the same time, what deserved much more attention today is implementation. And this, my visit is going to be one of the first of my interactions with the my Estonian new friends and interlocutors in the government in particular. I'm going to deliver some messages, some of my above-mentioned guidelines and recommendations to the kind attention of these decision makers. I received quite a bulk of significant ideas and initiatives, as well as concerns expressed by the representatives of national communities during my yesterday's interaction in Narva. Many thanks, Dmitry, for organizing my meeting there, in particular with roundtable participants. I visited already, within this day, I've already visited a couple of your education entities, teachers as well as students also expressing some kind of their concerns, which are also aimed to integration of diverse Estonian society, as well as aimed at improving conditions for their staying here. In particular, I can tell you that some of proposals are about how to preserve some level of education in mother tongue, in particular in Russian language. Some students raising in issues of extension of their residential permits after graduating the renowned Estonian education entities. But sometimes, and I am sad to admit, our children, students, they facing the consequences of geopolitics. So geopolitics, I'm sad to admit, playing a role today, even in the fate and destiny of the, not only of languages or education or other systems, but also in the destiny of individuals, of our youth. And I didn't, don't want to take up too much of our very valuable time. I didn't reflect extensively on gender-related issues. Women, and in particular girls, are becoming so vulnerable today in light of above-mentioned and many other challenges. So with this, let me to express my hope that today's event will serve as a sort of catalyst for us not only to reflect on and learn from the past, but also to recognize that respecting and effectively governing diversity within one society is vital for our future. For we have far more in common that unites us than divides us. Thank you for your attention. Большое спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much. Now we have a bit time for questions and answers. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to say something, ask something? If not, then actually we have some minutes left. You said that you also wanted to elaborate a bit on gender issues. Actually, you know, we have a few minutes. If you have something you would like to add in this, then this is the time now.
Well, our organization for security and cooperation in Europe, as well as other international entities, in particular United Nations, funds, agencies and programs, Council of Europe, as well as some regional and sub-regional organizations, putting quite, in very prominent and priority, place issues related to gender equality and women's and girls' rights. Even more, my office is working now on all kind of research in order to concentrate attention of OECD participating states on intersectionality or with regard to gender balance in our activity. What is important to note is that, we want to avoid a situation when too many cooks spoiling the broth. On the contrary, I am so glad to admit that all above-mentioned actors today as united as never before when it comes to addressing gender issues. In particular, we are going to organize series of various kind of events in the framework of all these forums. On the other side, gender is an issue which, in fact, highlighted in national strategies of many countries. I'm here, for example, when it comes to just one particular segment, when it comes to gender equality and promotion of rights of women. I'm visiting Estonia. Before I was in Lithuania, and I was so positively impressed by the number of women present in the above-mentioned decision bodies, in the governments, in parliaments, such a almost perfect gender balance. On other side, I know that how it is important for national minorities in particular also to be also part of this, our mainstream policies with regard to gender equality. And from this perspective, I'm, for example, so glad to share with you that in my own country, in Kazakhstan in particular, by constitutional law, we're reserving 1/3 of the seats in elected bodies, also in party and other lists, for women and youth. So 1/3 of seats to be reserved for this very important group of our population. So I take this opportunity and to thinking about also maybe it is time also to reserve some quota for representatives of minorities, and among them women to be in prominent place.
Okay, yeah, let's start from there, and then the next person. Yeah, palun.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Bart Kozijn. I moved this summer with my Dutch-Estonian family from the Netherlands to Estonia. So I'm here to integrate and very happy to be part of this conference. You were talking about the war in Ukraine and all the terrible situation we are in. I'm wondering, like, how do you observe that the war also kind of challenges and speeds up processes of integration and let's say the awareness in European societies about the importance of integration integrating minorities, also like developments in this part of Europe. So I'm curious, how do you see the war affecting our consciousness of the position of minorities in European societies?
Well, this is quite a complex issue, and thank you for this question. I will just link it also maybe with previous one. I didn't mention to you that both in Lithuania as well as here in Estonia, I was very impressed by dedication, generosity and commitment of not only of your governments, but also of ordinary people providing such an enormous support to refugees coming from Ukraine. And I watched some even TV reports on Estonian TV, and among them, most of them are women. And I watched some reports how, here in this society, opportunities also provided for integrating of women and of their children to not only to education system also, but also to labor market. Indeed, this is a perfect opportunity now for all of us to readdress issues which I just highlighted in brief before. So what we should do is to prevent any possibility in the future of instrumentalization and politicization of issues related to interests of minorities. Also in my statement I mentioned about new migrants, new minorities which are arriving to our societies, and most probably, even from demographic, linguistic, cultural perspective, some societies are going to face some dramatic changes in coming years and decades. So that's why for the government it's so important, and again I am offering with all my, not in this particular case generosity, but I am consistently inviting governments, please address meticulously, point by point, issue by issue, issues related to the interests of minorities, in this particular case of those who are coming also from the warfare zones. And by the way, I was also quite impressed how governments here in the region managed to, probably I should also of course to add Latvia, I didn't visit it during this tour, how these governments are flexible enough in order to, to accommodate the needs of children and their parents when it comes, for example, to hire and to find teachers. By the way, this issue of teachers is also important for Estonia itself, because if now this society is shifting to the, state language, just purely state language education, it is so important to find teachers to teach in Estonian language. At the same time, not to lose the capacity of the past, because, for example, in particular case, and this is a question which I am receiving very often about the destiny of the Russian language. If Russian language or Russian culture or Russian-speaking people not to be a sort of, collateral damage of all above-mentioned geopolitics, please do continue investing into the languages. For example, in this particular, by the way, in case of Estonia, Lithuania and Latvia, these three nations are among most, successful when it comes to cooperation with my part of the world, with Central Asia. And just guess why? What is the, comparative advantage which Estonia has comparing to Finland, for example? Both nations are quite, prosperous enough, but at the same time, Estonia has much more advantages, because your entrepreneurs, your business community, your academics, your experts coming to our region and speaking in the same language with their compatriots, with their colleagues in my particular country, especially the country of Kazakhstan, in particular during pandemic, for example. Doctors, medical doctors of Estonia and of Kazakhstan established direct Zoom kind of assisting each other. On the other hand, these days, for example, 53 headmasters probably of schools from Kazakhstan visiting, namely Estonia, to learn from your education system. Probably one of the area will be how to shift from, how to make sure that state language will be, so much demanded by population of my country in particular. So you have no right to commit any mistake. You should lead by example. Estonia and the rest of the OEC community, especially in light of all above mentioned. And please, when it comes to the Russian language, it is so sophisticated, it is so rich. If we will lose today any, single knowledge of its grammar, it will be, it will have quite a effect for the future. But again, Estonia is one of those places which could be considered as a sort of, in our formal language, as a polygon of friendship. But at the same time, implementation is so important. And I just mentioning this country because I stay here, but there are many other areas which still have to do a lot in order to reach the level of their policies which protect and engage into their policies the interests of minorities, including new minorities which are arriving.
And we had one more question, please.
Yes. Does it work? Yes, it works. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for a very interesting keynote speech. My name is Olga Sitnik. I'm working in the Ministry of Culture of Estonia, and I would like to go back again to this, the first question we had. So you already mentioned this intersectional approach to dealing with minorities. I would like to ask about another big minority. We have LGBTQ plus people. How do you have any kind of special measures how to support these people within the national minority groups, right? Because we know that they are especially vulnerable in some places of the world still. If you are a national minority and if you're gay, you can have very big problems. So do you have any kind of a special approach and recommendations regarding that? Thank you.
Well, in fact, our organization is also dealing with this and many other issues, so I will not take up too much time, as I mentioned, because this is maybe a matter for our future researchers, and we will engage our above-mentioned experts into that. The members of my staff are here, so we will address this issue in our internal meetings, but so far I cannot reflect widely on this issue now.
Okay, do we have any other? Yeah, okay, there is also a hand raised. We have some time left, some seconds left, so...
Mart Rannut, Estonian Institute of Human Rights. May I inquire about the positive experience in Kazakhstan concerning learning the state language? I recall when I visited first Kazakhstan, the city of Guryev. There I couldn't find any Russian speaking a word in Kazakh. And during the last visit some years ago, I found out that most of the youth speak Kazakh language quite well, even those whose domestic language was Russian. How could you reach such a miracle? What might have been the core element in such policy?
Well, it will take another session or even two to discuss, and I'm so glad that there are some in audience. We have some experts, those who really did contributed a lot for Kazakhstan's for elaborating Kazakhstan policies with regard to promoting state language, but not by the expense of other languages in my country. So, political will. Well, number one is a political will of our leadership. So probably this was a key factor which promoted such a balanced approach. When I'm so thankful for your observation, I'm also so glad to learn about it, that now state language, the Kazakh language, occupying very prominent place, not only in our constitution, but also in our daily life. And this is a result of steadfast policy which been delivered by political leadership with the support of all this multi-ethnic and multi-confessional society, developing mechanisms for political consultations between government, parliament, and national minorities, in particular, well, Assembly of People of Kazakhstan, which has even a quota, and that's why, by the way, I mentioned to you about, quota not only for gender, for women and youth, but also maybe for the minorities. So providing quota for representatives of national minorities in the parliament. By the way, one of highlights of my recent trips was the following one. Visiting one of Central Asian states, I met representatives of national communities, or in this current language, national minorities there. And what was my takeout from these meetings was the message which I received on their behalf. These representatives of national communities telling me, until recently, we've been demanded only in 2 occasions. One is National Day celebration, and the second one, the celebration of Navruz. You know this, our Oriental holiday in my part of the world. So all these communities been engaged only in these 2 occasions, just formally to present their singing, dancing, presenting their national costumes, etc. And that's it, 2 times a year or during some other, festivities. Now, the representatives of national communities assuring me that they are offering themselves, their services, their knowledge, their wisdom to authorities engaged into these above-mentioned consultations, into various kind of, events which organized here. And by the way, in Estonia, I already was, observing many these advertisements of some various kind of national festivals you are organizing here, including film festival, cultural festivals in field of literature, etc., etc. So the remedy, the recipe to reach the same low level of peaceful coexistence of so many ethnicities and religious confessions is, of course, the political will of elected people, establishment of meaningful mechanisms for political consultations. Any law which is going to pass through the parliament should be thoroughly discussed with representatives of minorities in particular. And of course, the responsibility on behalf of those who are responsible for delivering these policies of interethnic relations. But again, I'm so thankful for your observation. By the way, one of the factors which also Central Asia is now, projects which we are developing is, my office in Central Asia, is so-called multilingual mother tongue-based education. Multilingual, multicultural, mother tongue-based education in some of Central Asian republics, including in Kazakhstan in particular. And no one left behind in such a situation. Representatives of any of 130 ethnicities living in my country feeling themselves very comfortably, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that we should just observe with satisfaction. Situation is, we have also this, probably not the same, but quite a significant number of new migrants arriving to our part of the world because of above-mentioned reasons. We should meet also some challenges and which these new tendencies was also bringing before us.
Okay, if there is no other question, then thank you very much for your presentation, for your talk.
My big pleasure.
Thank you. Nii, ma tulen ise eesti keele.
I'm going to switch back into Estonian. We have an interesting part coming up. So when you come to the theatre, you are members of the audience and you watch what's happening on the stage. But you have to fear the moment when the actors come off the stage and try to engage the members of the audience. I'm going to try this now. I'm going to step off the stage and I hope, can I please have a hand mic? We're going to have a little question and answer session amongst members of the audience just to see whether the topic that we're discussing, whether you are involved in it in your everyday life. So I would like to ask you, in your life, in your work, in your everyday actions, how, have you encountered segregation, this topic? And I can see someone who I can ask. So have you come across segregation in your everyday life? Well, I work with foreigners, so I see and hear their issues and problems every day. Well, I might be over-exaggerating, but what are the problems that they have? Well, for example, they come to Tartu to study, and the only people I meet are foreigners, foreign students. I don't see any locals. So either the foreigners are afraid to answer my questions or they don't want to engage in conversation with me. So these are the topics we need to discuss, that yes, Estonians are modest. At first they are modest, but when you get past that first moment, then they change. So Estonians not being very sort of courageous, has this to do with our stereotypes that we're introvert and we stay in the corner rather than in the middle? So how can we make people be more courageous? So if you think of your own experience. Well, it often has to do with our critical inner monologue. We all want to be great in what we do, we want to be clever and successful, but often we just don't see the answer. We are afraid that we cannot give an answer to the question being asked, and that is why we don't engage in conversations. So just take it easy. And if you do take it easy, things will work out better. Your neighbor who asked a question from the presenter, I'll ask you the same question. Well, those who live in Tallinn, then we have to admit that we live in a segregated city. We have parts of Tallinn where more Russian speakers live rather than Estonian speakers, and they just don't interact. But based on a personal level, then yes, one of my children is studying in a Russian-speaking school, and my child doesn't see and meet children of the same age who are Estonian speakers, and I'm worried about that. And the reforms that we are taking up now, they are a step in the right direction. It's all about communication. It's all about our common shared interests. But I'd also like to give you a positive example. My other child is an animation fan. And here in the Culture Hub, we have an animation festival where people come together who are interested in anime. And this is what brings them together, no matter what language they speak. This is the environment when they come together and do things together. They have a shared interest and they share the same space. So this was a positive example, and also previous one was a negative one. Thank you very much for these spontaneous thoughts. Maybe we'll take a gentleman. I saw a familiar face. How about you? Is segregation something that you have experienced in your life or work or in the countries that you've lived in? Yes. Well, it makes you wonder, makes you think. I cannot say that it cannot be avoided, but when we speak about minorities and other nationalities living together, then sociologically, demographically, yes, people come together, they help out each other out, and trying to imagine an ideal word or that we are all together. Well, that's the question. Segregation is dangerous, and it takes us to a situation where we all live in our bubble and we have our misconceptions. But if you take one region of a city, well, it is what it is, and trying to find the common ground, the middle ground. I hope that this is something we'll discuss in the next couple of days. I know that you have lived in Germany and now you're back in Estonia. So have they done something differently in Germany compared to Estonia? No, I think the experience, having lived abroad, it makes me think that the same situation exists in Germany. And we have to make sure that things don't sort of become so closed and that it would cause other problems. Thank you very much for these thoughts. I'm just going to, I would love to ask you all the same question, and I know that you all come up with wonderful ideas, but we are going to continue with our program, and hopefully we'll get some encouragement to have discussions. But I would now like to invite the moderator of our next panel session, Venla Bernelius. She is from the University of Helsinki, from Finland, and she will introduce our first panel session. And our panel will be on the topic of segregation. Venla Bernelius.
The floor is yours.
Hi and good day. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. I'm Venla Bernelius from the University of Helsinki, a segregation researcher. And next we're going to have an absolutely wonderful panel on questions of segregation. And the first presenter that we have, I have the honor to ask for Judith Kende, who is a social psychologist from the Free University of Brussels. And she's extremely interested in her own research in questions of contact and integration and intercultural relations. So please, Judith, come to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thanks also for the invitation. I will be presenting research that we've done on the role of integration policies and how they are the key. Inclusive integration policies are the key to low xenophobia in countries, regions, and institutions with high immigrant presence. So my talk ties very nicely with what the High Commissioner was describing before me on their work. I'm also very excited to be here because it's work that really speaks directly to policymakers, to people working in think tanks. So I'm also excited about the discussion and your questions and comments at the end. I'm currently working in Brussels, but this is research that I did while I was in Switzerland at the University of Lausanne, and I was part of the NCCR on the Move, the National Center for Competence and Research, focused on migration. And I'm also mentioning this because the work that I'm describing today is based on a paper that we published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, but we also wrote a policy brief specifically for policymakers, practitioners, and that's available on the website of the NCCR on the Move, if you would like to read it. And our starting point was a concern that many politicians share. Here you see an example from Theresa May, the former British Prime Minister, who, and I chose her quote because she put it very succinctly, she was saying, when immigration is too high, when the pace of change is too fast, it's impossible to build a cohesive society. You could hear many politicians making the same argument, raising the same concern across Europe and also overseas. There are also some social scientists arguing that higher diversity would inevitably harm social cohesion. I copied here the abstract of a paper by Robert Putnam, an American political scientist. It's a paper that's been cited 6,700 times. In scientific terms, that means it's a superstar paper. So it raised a lot of interest. And what Putnam was doing in this paper, he was showing that in the US, higher residential diversity meant that people tended to hunker down. He used this term, hunker down, meaning that people withdrew into themselves, they were volunteering less, they were cooperating less with each other, they were trusting each other less, and they also had less contact. In other words, what Theresa May and Putnam are suggesting is that higher diversity or higher immigrant presence would be inherently threatening for the native majority who experience this income of immigrants or increase in the number of ethnic minority members. And this kind of threat would lead to higher xenophobia, so stronger negative attitudes towards foreigners, which is always a problem for social cohesion because it will lead to higher tension, it will lead to hostilities, it would lead to discrimination against immigrants. But the actual empirical results are inconsistent because this is a question of such huge societal importance. There have been literally hundreds of studies looking at the link between immigrant presence and xenophobia, and they found in some of the studies that there is a positive link, so that higher immigrant presence is indeed related to higher xenophobia. Some studies found just the opposite, that more immigrants in a country, region, institution are related to lower xenophobia, and still others found no relationship whatsoever. So we don't really know from an empirical perspective what the relationship is. And there was an influential review by two sociologists 10 years ago, by Portes and Wikström, who reviewed the literature on diversity and social cohesion, and they concluded that studies suggest that it is not diversity per se, but unequal diversity that makes a difference for social cohesion. And they suggested this 10 years ago, but it hasn't been tested empirically yet. And because they set this focus on inequality, it also means that integration policies, in this case, immigrant integration policies, especially the socioeconomic and legal ones, could play a role in creating social cohesion in the presence of immigrants, because these are the policies that regulate immigrants' economic, social, and political rights vis-à-vis the native population. And we know from previous studies that when, also the High Commissioner mentioned some examples, that when states implement more inclusive immigrant integration policies, then immigrants would have more equal status in society compared to the native population. For example, they would have more equal educational qualifications, they would be more equal occupations and earn comparably, and they would participate more politically. So what we did in these studies that I'm going to present to you now, we looked at whether the combination of inclusive policies and high immigrant presence would predict low xenophobia. And this could actually go two ways if you think that for the native, if you take this idea on board, that for the native population, immigrants are inherently threatening, the high presence of many immigrants is inherently threatening, then you could also say that it's especially empowered immigrants who are threatening because they are the ones who will take away the jobs, they are the ones who will achieve the comparable status. So it could be what is especially threatening for the native population and what would lead to higher xenophobia. But there is another line of argumentation where you could argue that inclusive policies that lead to more equality for immigrants and the presence of many immigrants would result in the lowest xenophobia. Why would that be? The first thing that these inclusive policies could and gender is that natives have more contact with immigrants. My colleagues will speak a lot about this in detail after me, but you can imagine that if immigrants have more equal socioeconomic positions, they are more present in all walks of life. Hence, natives will have more contact with them because they are present in all parts of society. They wouldn't be segregated to low-skilled jobs. They wouldn't be segregated to poor neighborhoods. They wouldn't be segregated to worse quality education. Apart from this, natives would also have what we call more extended contact with immigrants. So even if they don't know somebody personally who is an immigrant, they would know somebody who knows an immigrant, and that is also related to lower xenophobia, lower prejudice. We know this from the literature. Perhaps most importantly, if immigrants are empowered by inclusive policies and they are in more equal positions, then natives would have contact with them as equals. So they would meet immigrants as their neighbors, as their colleagues, as their doctor, as their teacher. And this is something that's very robust in the social psychological literature, that it's especially contact among equals that reduces prejudice, that reduces xenophobia. And finally, the High Commissioner also touched upon this. If these policies are empowering immigrants, then natives would see immigrants more often in counter-stereotypic positions. So by and large, the stereotype of an immigrant, who of course doesn't exist, but the stereotype of an immigrant is somebody in a low-status position, maybe on welfare. But if the policies empower immigrants, then the representations that you see in the media, in culture, of immigration, of immigrants would also be more egalitarian, and this, we also know from the literature, that this can additionally reduce xenophobia. So what we were doing based on these theoretical foundations was that we tested whether the relationship between immigrant presence and xenophobia would depend on immigrant integration policies. And we expected, you can't see the bottom, that's a bit awkward, we expected that we would find the least xenophobia on average in highly diverse countries, regions, and institutions where there are more inclusive integration policies, and conversely, the highest levels of xenophobia in highly diverse countries, regions, and institutions where the policies are less inclusive. And we wanted to test this at different levels of context because immigrant integration is regulated at different levels, at the levels of countries, at the levels of regions, and also at the levels of institutions. And we focused on socioeconomic and legal political policies because we were interested in empowerment. So we didn't look at cultural policies that are also relevant in other respects. And we did a very large-scale study. We did altogether 8 parallel studies with 140,000 native participants, and we used data from 66 different countries, 20 regions, and 64 institutions. First, we did 6 studies comparing different countries. We replicated it several times because we wanted to make sure that the results, the findings are really robust, that it's not just one kind of survey or one kind of comparison of countries that produces this result. So we used, some of you might be familiar with the surveys that we used. We used the World Values Survey, the European Social Survey, and the International Social Survey Program. We picked those surveys where we could look at some measure of xenophobia, where we could identify native citizens, and where we could match the survey data to corresponding policy measures. We also did 2 studies at the subnational level, only 2 because there is much less data available on subnational policies. We did one comparing Swiss cantons and one comparing schools in Belgium. This is the list of all the studies. I'm not going to go into it. It's just if you have any questions later on. And I will briefly show one of the predictors we used, or one of the ways we captured integration policies. I'm sure some people in the room are familiar with the MIPEX. It's an index of immigrant integration policies, that ranks the policies of all EU member states and the countries that you see listed there in different domains of policy: labor market, education, political participation, access to nationality, family reunion, health, permanent residence, and anti-discrimination. And before I show our results, I will take a small detour, and I will show you where Estonia is on the MyPACs. The latest scores are from 2019, so there might have been, that's been published by the people who collate the MyPACs index. So there might have been some small changes since then. As you can see, the index goes from 0 to 100. The integration policies are very inclusive when it comes to labor market, mobility, family reunion, education, and access to permanent residence, but a lot less so when it comes to access to healthcare, to the political participation of immigrants, and to access to nationality. And they are in the mid-range when it comes to protection from discrimination. At the same time, when you look at the changes in policies over the years, all of these, you can see that all of the scores have gone higher, so policies have become more inclusive over the years, or at least they haven't gotten worse, which I find is a very promising arrangement, because I will show you the results now. We find very consistently that it is the combination of inclusive integration policies and high immigrant presence that relates to the lowest xenophobia. So what you see on the right is the results from one of the 8 studies, where we compared 20 different countries using the International Social Survey Program. And what you see is that higher scores mean more xenophobia, more prejudice. And if you look at the left-hand side, the red line shows that when policies are exclusive, then levels of xenophobia are fairly high. From 0 to 100, they are at 60 on average. These are the results of the statistical analysis, so it's not one specific country, it's the overall pattern. In contrast, when policies are inclusive and there are many immigrants, maybe I'll just go there. So in contrast, when policies are inclusive and there are many immigrants in a country, then overall the pattern is different, because you see that levels of prejudice are almost 20% lower, which is, if you think about how this translates into everyday interactions, into social cohesion, this is considerable. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the same study, but plotted in a different way, where I have a dot for each country that we included in the analysis. And you can see that the countries here, where you have a lot of immigrants, like Sweden and the United States, but the policies are very inclusive. That means we indicated this with the stronger colors of green. And you can see there that the levels of prejudice, the levels of xenophobia are quite low. And in contrast, you have other countries where the policies are exclusive, indicated in red, and their levels of prejudice, xenophobia on average, are much higher. We find very similar patterns in all of the 8 studies, also when we look at policies and xenophobia at the regional or the institutional level. And you might ask then, okay, so immigrant integration policies make a difference for xenophobia, but doesn't it actually stand in for something else? Isn't it because these countries are richer, or because they are more equal, or because they are more liberal? Isn't there something else? So we tested a lot of possible other explanations to see whether the integration policies would still make a difference. We checked whether it would be about the country level wealth, and no, it doesn't explain away our results. We can replicate these findings over country level GDP. We checked whether it would be about inequality in income in general, and it's not. We have the same results when we also take into account the Gini index. Would it still matter? Would the policy still matter over competition for jobs? And we can see that they do. So we could replicate the findings over the unemployment rate. We also checked whether it would be just about rights and liberties in general, and not specifically policies that relate to integration, but that was not the case. So we could replicate over an index of rights and liberties. you could also say if there is a very salient anti-immigrant discourse, then policies might not work. But that was not the case either. We looked at political parties' discourses in relation to immigration, and the policies still mattered over these discourses. And they even mattered when it was a country that generally had a fairly anti-immigrant climate, so where in general people were more prejudiced. We used attitudes aggregated from other surveys to test this. So in sum, what we found in these studies was that the link between immigrant presence and xenophobia depends on the policies. More specifically, that natives express the least xenophobia in high immigration contexts when higher immigrant presence is coupled with inclusive immigrant integration policies, because these policies render immigrants more equal to natives. And in contrast, we found that natives are the most xenophobic when immigrant presence is high, but the policies are exclusive. So Portes and Wikström were right. It is not diversity per se, but unequal diversity that makes a difference for social cohesion. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you so much, Judith, for your inspiring presentation. This was also an excellent introduction in many ways to the themes of our next presenter. I have the pleasure to invite now Dr. Patrick Kotsur from the Durham University. So with Patrick, we continue the theme and the discipline of social psychology. And Patrick is interested in what factors and processes shape how we respond to people who we feel do not belong to us. So we continue very strongly on trying to understand what creates prejudices and kind of social distances and social perception. So welcome, Patrick, to continue. And while Patrick is coming here, I will just briefly say that please write down and save and think about all the good questions you have, because you also then in the panel have the possibility to ask our wonderful panelists. I have written down dozens of questions already, and I hope you do as well. But please, Patrick.
Hello, and my name is Patrick Kotsur. I'm affiliated to Durham University, and I'm part of the segregation panel, not because I'm going to talk about segregation, but because I'm going to talk about the direct opposite, taking also a micro perspective. So in my talk, I'm going to talk about the benefits of intergroup contact and how this might not only shape how we perceive other groups, but how this might actually also shape different or other aspects of society. In particular, in this talk, I want to look at with you today at the topic of social fear of crime, or that is kind of how we worry about crime in society. So at the moment, of course, the Russian-Ukrainian conflict is on all our minds, and I think rightfully so. But you might also remember, just a few years ago, we had the refugee crisis, or a refugee crisis already, if you will. So in 2015, millions of people from Syria fled the country, many of them coming to Europe, many of them also coming to Germany, where the set of studies that I'm presenting here today is based. So let me elaborate a little bit more on the context. When you asked participants of national representative surveys back in 2015 how they felt about immigration of refugees in society, then the majority, in this particular case 57%, felt that immigrants might actually increase crime rates, and in particular immigrants referring to refugees. Some 2 years later, still a majority of people, in this case 60% in the survey here, still felt that way. So that actually maps quite nicely on a concept that has been studied in criminology, which is the concept of fear of crime, or the worry about crime in society. So there are different aspects of crime, or worries about crime that people have been looking into. One aspect is the fear or worry about crime as becoming a victim of crime oneself, which criminologists often look at. But sometimes the focus is also on social fear of crime, which is a different facet. And here, this concept taps into how I feel about crime in society, so whether I worry or do not worry about crime in society. And basically, how we can interpret these polls here is that participants actually expressed this fear of crime in connection with the presence of a minority group in society. Whoops. Now, when we look, however, at the data, we can see, for instance, here, this is data here in the ear. Oh, sorry, this is the one that you see. I see a different one here. So when we look here at the data, for instance, in 2015, between January and November 2015, the blue line represents the registered immigrants. The orange line represents the immigrants that are suspects of crime. We see a high increase in the number of immigrants over the period. However, the orange line is not increasing to a proportionate extent, which might mean that the cold fact data might actually kind of contradict our subjective feelings about crime. So perceptions and reality might actually be diverging. And this is actually also something that has been shown time and again in the literature, that the actual crime rates don't necessarily correspond to how we feel about crime. So for instance, here in one study that was conducted by Belgian colleagues, they looked at police criminal records and also feelings about crime or fear of crime, and they found no substantial relationship between these two constructs. So now, given the gap between cold, factual data and how we also feel about crime, we were asking ourselves, okay, so what might actually be drivers of these perceptions? And how can we maybe also reduce these perceptions, as these perceptions might be not proportionate to the actual problem? When we turn to the literature, there's actually also quite something out there that we could look at and that can give us some hints regarding what might be drivers of this perception. One of them is the threat literature, which suggests that, for instance, how we feel about immigrants, about minorities, such as, for instance, refugees, is closely related to threat perceptions. And we know that threat is emotionally experienced as anxiety or fear, and which is already or are already constructs that are quite closely related to something like fear of crime. We also know from the personal fear of crime literature that prejudice towards groups is also connected to fear of crime. And we know that the relationship between prejudice and social fear of crime is stronger if the target of prejudice is criminally stigmatized. So in order to show that, we have conducted a study which is still in preparation, in which we asked 300 people that we could get our hands on in pedestrian zones and other public areas to kind of tell us, okay, which stereotypes which are prevalent in society can you think of about two groups? The one group was refugees, which we hypothesized to be associated with crime or criminally stigmatized. The other one was homosexuals as a sexual minority, which we hypothesized to not be criminally stigmatized. When we analyzed the data, we could see that a majority of people could reproduce stereotypes about refugees that were related to crime. So 60% felt that refugees might be perceived as criminal, breaking the law, or being thieves, something along those lines. A minority felt that homosexuals were perceived that way, and that's a significant difference. Later on, we also showed quantitatively, looking at correlations, that the association between prejudice towards refugees and social fear of crime is much stronger than the correlation between prejudice towards homosexuals and fear of crime. Something that we also know is that prejudice at least partially causes social fear of crime. And how we showed that was, again, in a study that is still under preparation. We asked the same people 8 weeks apart to fill in questionnaires about prejudice towards refugees and also measures about social fear of crime. And then we looked, okay, which of these two constructs is going to predict which of the other two constructs over time? And what we found is that indeed, prejudice towards refugees, or those that reported higher levels of prejudice towards refugees at time 1, reported higher social fear of crime at time 2, whereas we didn't find such a relationship for those that reported higher social fear of crime and prejudice at time 2. So this tells us that over time, prejudice might actually be leading to more social fear of crime rather than the other way around. Okay, so now that we know that prejudice, or how we perceive some social groups in society, is related to social fear of crime, how might we actually be able to reduce social fear of crime? Here we based our research on Alport's intergroup contact hypothesis that Judith has also already touched upon, the idea that prejudice can be reduced by good or positive intergroup contact. Not all contact is positive and good. There's also negative contact out there, which is why we felt, okay, it might be the case that negative contact might then actually have a social fear of crime enhancing effect. So we were asking ourselves, okay, can social fear of crime be reduced by positive and increased by negative intergroup contact because of changes that this contact affects on prejudice? So what we end up with is a model here where positive intergroup contact towards group X affects social fear of crime via affecting prejudice towards group X. For negative intergroup contact, it would be the opposite relationship. And this should especially be the case if the group is criminally stigmatized. And in our work, we looked at refugees as such a group. Just to say that we used established measures. I won't bore you here to death with these details, but if you have any questions about them, I'd be happy to talk more about them. So what we did, we ran 3 studies in which we looked at the relationship between these variables, one being a cross-sectional survey and 2 experiments. In the first cross-sectional survey, we asked 300 participants to simply fill out questionnaires in which we asked them items about the constructs that we were interested in: positive intergroup contact, negative intergroup contact, prejudice towards refugees, and social fear of crime. We then fit the model that we hypothesized to get a feeling for the relationship between the variables. And indeed, as hypothesized, those that reported higher positive intergroup contact with refugees reported lower social fear of crime, which was explained by lower prejudice levels. The opposite relationship was found for those that reported higher negative intergroup contact. So from a research perspective, yay, this is already quite promising. However, one limitation, it is merely a survey study, so from the design, we can't really see what the causality between these constructs is. So is it really contact that causes social fear of crime and prejudice, or is it that social fear of crime might actually, for instance, have me engage in more negative intergroup contact and less positive intergroup contact? Which is why we conducted study 2, an experiment, and here we capitalized on the idea that is in the literature that mentally simulating intergroup contact experiences is or has similar effects to actual face-to-face intergroup contact. So a random half of our participants imagined a pleasant and positive intergroup contact experience with a refugee. The other half was asked to imagine a walk in the park. And just to say that we did not look at negative intergroup contact here because we didn't want to experimentally induce negative intergroup contact with refugees for ethical reasons. But indeed, those that imagined a pleasant interaction with refugees later on reported lower social fear of crime levels via reductions in prejudice towards refugees. So that was actually also quite interesting to us. One limitation, of course, imagining one's prejudice and social fear of crime away seems a little bit artificial, doesn't it? And what about also this group specificity, Patrick, that you promised us? I mean, up until now, you've only shown us data about refugees, which is why we conducted study 3. In study 3, we actually had people engage with one another. So we invited participants to a conversation study, 80 university students, and we told them that they would be talking to another student. What we didn't tell them that they would be engaging in somebody who was employed by us, so a confederate who in the one condition introduced themselves as a refugee, in the other condition as a homosexual person. We then had them engage in a pleasant intergroup encounter using an established paradigm, the fast friendship procedure, which consists of answering questions about different things, increasing the intimacy between those that are engaged in this interaction. And it's been shown that to also reduce prejudice when this interaction is with an outgroup member. And indeed, what we could show is that those that were under the impression to be interacting with a refugee as opposed to a homosexual person reported lower social fear of crime via reduced crime-related prejudice. And the way that we did that here was we buried some items in a long questionnaire in which we asked participants to what extent they felt homosexuals and refugees were perceived as aggressive, criminal, and things along those lines. And so for refugee, it worked quite well. When we plugged in the measure for homosexuals, though, this model crumbled, so we didn't find any relationships among the variables. So for us, that's evidence that indeed there's a group specificity here. This only works if the group itself is also stigmatized as criminal. Summing up, we asked the question, can social fear of crime be reduced by positive contact and increased by negative contact via changes in prejudice? Well, based on our little series of studies that we conducted using surveys and also using experiments, we would argue, yes, intergroup contact consistently affected social fear of crime levels via prejudice levels. Now, would any outgroup do? We would argue no. Intergroup contact can help reduce social fear of crime if the outgroup itself is also criminally stigmatized. Then intergroup contact can unleash its power. And with that, our study is one of many now emerging studies that show that intergroup contact does not only affect attitudes towards other groups, but can also affect other outcomes that we value in society, such as, for instance, reduced social fear of crime. So when we go back to the question with which I started my talk, how can we actually reduce social fear of crime? Then indeed having people engage in positive intergroup interactions with groups that are criminally stigmatized, such as refugees, might be a good idea. And avoiding negative contact might be a good idea too. Of course, there are some limitations and ways forward for our study, which I would also be happy to expand on later on, if you want. Just to mention briefly, we only looked at refugees and homosexuals, so we didn't look at other groups. This is also German data, so it would also need some replicating in other contexts. And we didn't manipulate negative contact for ethical reasons. And now also with the Ukrainian-Russian war, it might be also that this might change how we, for instance, perceive groups. So the prototype of a refugee, when people think about refugees, might also shift. And with that, I want to thank all of my collaborators who've been busy collecting all this data. And thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to our panel discussion later on.
Thank you, Patrick. That was very on point also to the question of segregation, which we will also look then more deeply into how to kind of unsegregate. And to that theme, we also have our next speaker, who I have the pleasure to invite, Dr. James Lawrence, who is a Senior Research Officer at the Economic and Social Research Institute, Associate Professor at Trinity College, and an Honorary Research Fellow at the University of Manchester. And for all of our speakers, as you notice, they are extremely well linked to different organizations and internationally. And if I would read out loud all the awards and prizes they have gotten, we'd be here tomorrow. So just with this very short introduction, welcome, James.
Great. So first of all, just thank you very much to the Integration Foundation for inviting me to talk to you all today. And thank you all for coming too. It's really wonderful to see so many people engaged and interested in questions of social integration. So well done all of you for being here. I'd also like to thank the interpreters who will be interpreting me. I will try to talk slowly for you, so to make your job easier, but apologies if I run on. So today I'm going to be talking about what really kind of shapes people's attitudes of prejudice, their interethnic attitudes, and in particular, the kind of role of the ethnic diversity and the residential segregation in our towns and our cities and our communities. How does this shape people's views of other ethnic groups? So by way of a brief introduction to this kind of idea, obviously we all know that ethnic diversity is increasing across Europe and globally, in fact, and we're at some of the highest levels of ethnic diversity that we've seen in history in many ways. And in the UK, where I do a lot of my own work, between the last two censuses, we saw the proportion of non-white British increase by about 7 percentage points, which is actually a huge, huge number over just a period of 10 years. But interestingly, in 2019, they did a census of the ethnicity of births in the UK. And they found that 40% of mothers identified their child as non-white British. So in many ways, this kind of increasing ethnic diversity that we're seeing is really baked into most societies across the world. It's only really going to increase. So tackling these issues is hugely important. So at the same time, though, we've had a kind of emerging concern that potentially we're re-entering a period of heightened interethnic tensions. And there's lots of examples of this we can find across Europe, but perhaps there's two recent ones which are quite interesting, the elections in Sweden and Italy, where we've found the rise of, populist right, sometimes at times far-right parties with explicitly anti-immigrant rhetoric. So we have on one hand increasing diversity, and we have on the other this kind of rising concern. And so potentially people are arguing that, well, we may be entering a kind of period where there is a social, political, and cultural backlash, at least amongst certain sections of society, and at least during times of societal stress. So this leads to the kind of key question that we're going to be talking about, which is, well, what impact does diversity in people's communities and cities, how does that shape their attitudes? So very briefly, thankfully, my colleagues have alluded to these questions already, but how does diversity impact attitudes? And on one hand, we have the positive contact hypothesis. And the idea here is that as diversity increases, people's opportunities to come into contact with different ethnic groups also increases, and there's very good evidence to show that this kind of positive contact has a strong negative effect on prejudice. So under this idea, increasing diversity should actually be good for societies. At the same time, there's something called the threat hypothesis. And this idea is that, well, as a kind of majority ethnic group sees the size of the ethnic minority group growing, they start to feel increasingly threatened. They feel that their jobs might be threatened, their access to welfare might be threatened, and they may even see that their own cultural heritages are threatened by this new incoming culture. So you have this kind of juxtaposed, counterposed set of theories, basically. So what does the evidence show? Well, very briefly, it's very mixed, as we heard previously. So on one hand, studies have shown that increasing diversity and immigration can increase prejudice. It can increase anti-immigrant anxiety, and this is especially in areas experiencing rapid demographic change. And there's also been evidence to show that social cohesion weakens under situations of increasing diversity. But then, at the same time, other studies have shown no effect, and some studies have shown that people living in more diverse environments are actually more positive towards ethnic outgroups. They experience less anti-immigrant anxiety, and this is often in kind of more stable, diverse areas. So we have a very kind of mixed evidence base. So then, there is one kind of issue with a lot of this work, and it's that most of the research in this area really just asks the question of, well, how does the size of the ethnic minority group affect people's attitudes? What this kind of misses, potentially, is the role of segregation in this. And because the problem is that just measuring ethnic diversity alone really gives no indication of how segregated an area is. And I'll give you a quick example of this. So first of all, we're going to see a community transitioning from homogeneous to highly diverse. But this community is going to become increasingly residentially integrated over time. So we see that over time, the area increases in the percentage ethnic minority, but then at the same time, this ethnic minority group is increasingly spread out across the area, to the extent that we have, at time point 5, a highly diverse community, but that is highly integrated. Everybody's equally spread out. So let's just compare this to an alternative situation, a situation in which diversity is increasing at an equal rate, and this is a key point. These communities are going to be equally diverse at every time point. But in this scenario, we're going to see residential segregation increase over time, to the extent that at time point 5, we have an equally diverse community, but in this situation, it's highly residentially segregated. So it's important to kind of stress this idea. Both of these communities are equally ethnically diverse. And if we were just looking at, well, how does ethnic diversity matter for attitudes, they would be treated as the same. But in reality, as we can see, they have huge differences in the spatial distribution of groups, their levels of segregation. So what we were interested in is we suggested that, well, potentially how living in an ethnically diverse community, a town, a city, impacts people's prejudice may actually depend strongly on how segregated these areas are. And in situations where we have a diverse integrated area, there may be lots of contact, threat might be lower, groups are less concentrated together. And in these situations, increasing diversity may actually yield better inter-ethnic relations. It will only be, we suggested, in these highly diverse but highly segregated areas where problems may emerge. So this is what we then set out to do. So to do this, we took lots of social surveys that were available at the time, which capture people's attitudes towards different ethnic groups and their levels of prejudice. And then we matched this to data on the composition, the diversity, the segregation, the socioeconomic balance of their neighborhoods and their cities. And then using this, we could see how attitudes would differ over different levels of diversity and segregation. So let's start in this situation just by looking at out-group trust. So people were asked how much they trust ethnic minorities. And here we have, on the left-hand side, we have the measure of trust in ethnic minorities. It goes from low to high. And here along the bottom, we have essentially the level of ethnic diversity in someone's community. So it goes from low percentage non-white British up to high percentage non-white British. So what we find is that as the level of ethnic diversity increases, people's trust in ethnic minorities decreases. They get more suspicious of ethnic minority groups. And so in many ways, this kind of provides evidence for this threat hypothesis, right? But the problem is, as we saw, behind this kind of average level of ethnic diversity, there are going to be big differences between how residentially segregated and integrated the areas are. So let's now look at the impact of diversity in residentially integrated areas. And what we find is that, again, we're looking at trust, low to high. Again, we're looking at ethnic diversity, but this time we've divided communities by whether they are residentially integrated. So these are the areas where everybody's mixed in equally. And what we find is that there's actually a positive effect. It's small, but it's positive. So people in ethnically diverse, integrated areas actually have more trust in ethnic minorities. But then when we turn to looking at the impact of diversity in segregated areas, we see a very strong negative effect. So here, as diversity increases, but where groups are very separate from each other, people's trust in ethnic minorities decreases very significantly. And it's just important to kind of recognize here, both of these communities are equally ethnically diverse. There's the same proportion of minorities in them, but they have vastly different levels of inter-ethnic attitudes. So we can kind of replicate this across a lot of different measures. I'll just briefly talk here. Here we have a feeling thermometer measure where 0 means people feel very cold towards ethnic minorities, and 100 means they feel very warm. And so this is a kind of classic measure of prejudice used in the literature. But again, we see the exact same relationship. And we actually see, in this case, as the level of diversity increases in residentially integrated areas, people actually have less prejudice. They have more positive attitudes towards ethnic minorities. They feel warmer, and this relationship is significant. But again, we find that as diversity increases, but areas are more segregated, prejudice gets worse, attitudes get worse. So, very briefly, so far we've just been kind of looking at the world in a cross-section of time. But the problem is when we're looking at these issues of neighborhoods and communities, people can move. People are always moving around. And people move because of their attitudes as well. So what we wanted to do was isolate people who were living in the same communities over like a 10-year period. And then we would see how their communities were changing around them. And then that way we can discount these potential other factors such as people moving around different areas. And so what we actually see here on the left-hand side, we see how people's attitudes towards ethnic minorities changes over a 10-year period. So here it's getting warmer, and here it's getting colder. And then we have the change in the level of non-white British over time. So these are areas that are changing to become more diverse. And again, what we see in areas where areas are becoming more diverse, but also changing to become more residentially integrated, people's attitudes get more positive. And again, we see that as areas change to become more ethnically diverse, but change to become more segregated, their attitudes worsen. And this is the same people in the same communities seeing these changes occurring around them over time. So this gives us much more a confidence, let's say, in the findings we were showing. Okay, so this begs the question then, why are we finding this kind of polarizing effect of diversity dependent on how diverse, how segregated a community is or not. And if you'll remember back at the start, we had these two theories. We had the contact theory, that as an area becomes more diverse, contact increases and prejudice decreases. But then we also had the threat hypothesis, which was as an area becomes more diverse, people's threat increases and their attitudes worsen. So what we were interested in is, well, potentially, these relationships, these mechanisms, let's say, might not just be conditional on how diverse an area is, but also on how segregated it is as well. So here we're looking at the relationship between ethnic diversity, and on the left-hand axis, we're looking at the percentage of people who say they have a friend from an ethnic minority group. So first of all, we're just looking at this relationship. How does ethnic diversity affect people's inter-ethnic contact? Strong contact this is. This is a friendship tie. And we find that in these diverse, integrated areas, levels of contact increase in a linear fashion with levels of diversity. So in integrated areas, the more diversity is, the more kind of positive contact people are having. But when we look at this relationship in segregated areas, we find, to be sure, at these kind of low levels of diversity, contact does generally start to increase. But then this quite quickly peters out, and then we actually find contact starting to decrease over time. And this potentially suggests that in these diverse, segregated areas, not only are people not having, say, opportunities for contact that they are in these diverse integrated areas, but also that this kind of wider segregation that may come in terms of people's institutions, their schools, their civic spaces, their social spaces, might actually work against further contact even happening. So again, it's just critical to kind of note that both of these areas, equally diverse, equally highly diverse, but vastly different levels of contact. And as I'm sure you can probably guess where I'm going now in terms of the impact of diversity on threat, so I'll just kind of go through this relatively quickly. We find that in diverse integrated areas, again, there is very little effect on people's perceptions that ethnic minorities are a threat. But in diverse segregated areas, we find that increasing diversity really means people start to view ethnic minorities as threatening about their culture, about their political status, and also about their economic status as well. So, just to kind of wrap up then, we find that the increasing ethnic diversity on people's attitudes, people's contact, people's threat is highly conditional on the level of segregation in the area. And so what this essentially suggests is that, well, there's nothing really inherently antithetical between cohesion and positive attitudes and ethnic diversity. Ethnic diversity itself can be relatively positive when it occurs in integrated areas, but it can also be negative. So it's not really ethnic diversity itself doing the work. It's very much levels of segregation. And we find that a good explanation for why attitudes are much worse in diverse segregated areas is that contact is much, much lower. And this is likely, as I said, just because people live separately from one another. They have less opportunities to kind of come into contact. But segregation also creates segregation in our wider institutions, our schools, even our workplaces. And so this residential segregation is leading to greater restrictions of contact across people's lives. And it's this which explains a good part of why we find tension so much higher in those areas. There's also the idea that people tend to use spatial segregation, how segregated our communities are, as a kind of heuristic, as a kind of indicator of group difference. So if you live in an area where all of another ethnic group live in one neighborhood and all of your ethnic group live in your neighborhood, then in your mind this barrier is going to become much stronger. And through that, you start to see the other ethnic group as increasingly different from your own. And that's another kind of idea that potentially this is why segregation is really shaping people's attitudes in these diverse areas. But as I was showing earlier, this process is also something that is occurring over time as well. And this is something that occurs around people who are living in these same neighborhoods. So insofar as processes of segregation can not only be arrested, but also reversed, these processes can in turn then change people's attitudes to become more positive. And on that note, I would like to thank you all very much for your attention. And yes, please do get in touch in the future if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And this was also a wonderful introduction to our next presentation. We're moving to geography. And of course, in James's inspiring talk, you heard that space matters. So this is not only a social phenomenon, but also about how people live and interact in space and how those processes matter. So our next speaker is Karin Torpan, who is a PhD researcher, PhD student in both the University of Turku and University of Tartu, and a lecturer here in Estonia at the Military Academy. So we move into geography and housing choices and housing careers. Please, Karin. Thank you.
So I'm very thankful for James to really explaining why housing is also really important when it comes to integration, not only the daily basis contacts, but also where is our home. But I must say that I'm a bit nervous, but it's really nice that we are all here for the same reasons. We all have the same questions and we want to solve something. So let's do it together. And I will explain a bit about my studies in geography and in integration topics. So I'm writing an article which is about 3 welfare countries, and more specifically Helsinki, Oslo, and Stockholm. And we want to see what is the difference from residential disadvantage in different housing regimes. And I have good colleagues from these countries as well. So what is the motivation? We have heard a lot about why this kind of research is important. But one uniqueness of my study is that I will look at both the housing and neighborhood mobility jointly. So where the immigrants first come to a new society, and how do they involve in some years living already in this new context. And we want to see what kind of strategies they have, and how these locals and immigrants can get more together. Yeah. Okay, for that I'm asking 3 nice and big questions. So how income, raise of income could help them to exit disadvantage, residential disadvantage, so, and kind of achieve some sort of residential integration. And then we want to see how it differs for immigrants from different countries. So for that, we grouped them into 3 groups of different wealth levels. And then we want to see how the integration varies between the 3 cities, which are all welfare cities, but still there are differences. Our kind of framework, or where we stand, is that what is spatial assimilation framework. So basically, they say that, or claim that quite easily, that if the immigrant, when moving to a new environment, a new host country, soon if their income increases or they get a higher socio-economical status, they will move closer to locals, and there will be integration, easy. But let's see, is it really that way, or is it so simple, and how it differs? Yeah, so there are several factors that kind of move or kind of constraints also the immigrants. So basically there is this individual factor, so maybe these immigrants don't want to really integrate. They prefer to live close to their own group, own culture. It might be just a temporal phase, so they will just, maybe after graduating, they will go to abroad and earn some money to kind of build their own life back home. But this can also be that there are differences or this kind of different factors, that the income is still low, that this is the only thing that you can afford. And this comes back to this kind of institutional or these kind of more contextual issues, for example, discrimination. So that they don't meet their preferences because they are kind of pushed into something else. And this is what then they can afford, and everybody needs a roof on their heads. And then also this collective discrimination practices might happen. Even I have experienced it when looking for a home in Netherlands. And then these bigger and more long-term effects that we have, so that housing market, the rules, standards, even the urban planning practices that were mentioned early this morning as well. But at the same time, also maybe some loans that are given for the new families to have your own house and so on. So there are differences. And also, of course, time in integration plays a huge role to make a new network in a new society, kind of maybe even getting some new contacts among locals and so on. So why did I choose the welfare states? I think it's a really good example because they really push people, or their idea is to treat everybody equally. And this is also something that they will do also in tenure types and also housing mixing, which was also mentioned earlier, for example, Finland case. But at the same time, there has been a lot of studies studies on that maybe this kind of really helping and kind of treating everybody equally, and this might even produce or reproduce this kind of segregation, because everybody is kind of, they feel quite well even in the poorest neighborhoods or not in that really good quality housing or so, but the money that they are given or this kind of allocations are quite good, and yeah, it may be better than in home country. But at the same time, even though they are all, the general idea is welfare and treating everybody equally, then there are still some differences in the housing system. So, for example, in Norway and Sweden, and especially in Norway, there is a quite strong separation between between renting and owning, and in Norway they really promote home ownership. But at the same time, in Finland, for example, there is a really strong social mixing, and social housing is provided, and they have a different strategy for social mixing. And in the end, migrants are positioned differently in the housing market. So a little bit numbers. I'm a number girl, so we can see here also that in 2011, the ownership in Oslo and also in Stockholm is really, really high. So single family houses and also this cooperative ownership is really high. But at the same time, Helsinki is more focusing on renting, and more than half of housing tenure types are renting. And this is already a graph of the results. We can see that where the different immigrant groups that I'm studying end up after the study period. So in the upper line, we can see how the immigrants are spread into home ownership. So the yellower the color is, the more home ownership there is, and immigrants are living there. And when it's purple or blue, then it's the other way. So there is a lot of immigrants renting a place. So we can see already that there are differences. So for Stockholm cases, more spread in a bigger scale, that ownership is in outer skirt of Stockholm, and inner city is more renting. Immigrants are renting there. Helsinki is quite mixed, and also Oslo is quite orange or yellow with dominating. More complex is the lower one line that we can see. So basically, the scale is about also the income level in different neighborhoods. So if it's 60 percentile or higher income compared to the whole city, then this is considered as a rich neighborhood. And for that, it's quite, I must say, evenly for the all three cities. But for example, for Helsinki, we can see that in east there are more blue colors than on the west. So yeah. About my model, I just simply kind of had given the study group, the people, the immigrants who are starting their housing and neighborhood career in poor neighborhood and as a renter. And I kind of look for the three options that they have to do their housing career. So they might go from poor neighborhood to rich neighborhood, but will be still renters. Then there is the option of staying in a poor neighborhood, or moving from one location to the other, but the status of the neighborhood itself is still dominating poor people. But they will go to ownership. And then the third one, kind of the most idealistic, or maybe this kind of getting the most closest to the locals, is this going for a rich neighborhood and going for the ownership. This kind of study was based on Finland, Sweden, and Norway population register data, and I was able to include all the migrants and all the population, which I'm really proud of, and we differed the immigrant groups, like I mentioned in the research question as well. So basically, we compare three groups. So the high-income countries, basically mainly these are the Western countries. Then there is a group of belonging to low, middle, or upper middle income category. And then these kind of Eastern European countries, so-called latest EU members countries, for example, Estonia, and so on. So let's go to the results. So first, I wanted to get an answer if this income is even related to income increase is related to the exit of residential disadvantage, going closer to natives. And yes, luckily for all the groups and for all the cities, there is a strong relationship between it. So basically, while living in this new country, they will increase their income, and especially Stockholm is showing that the probability of staying in low-income neighborhood and staying in rental tenure type is very negative. So basically, they escape it, this kind of residential disadvantage. It's not so clearly seen in Helsinki and for the Oslo case, but still it's negative. So basically, all the immigrant groups and for all cities, they still try to move out of it. And then, if we look, so where do they go? So they escape from where they began their career in housing and neighborhood, but what kind of strategies or trajectories they took? We see that, for example, if we go for the high-income immigrants, in there we can see that it's negative probability that they will go to high-income neighborhood, but will be still be renting. And this is something that came out of also from the housing market graph, that basically there isn't so many options for rentings. That's why it's quite negative. And it's quite, and for the Helsinki, it's still the other way. So basically, all immigrant groups coming from poor, coming from new EU, coming from high-income countries, they might go to high-income neighborhoods where there are more locals, but at the same time they will still keep renting, because this is also what the market offers for us in Helsinki. But when we look at the ownership line, which is in the bottom, we can see that in Stockholm, immigrants are really the probability of moving to high-income neighborhoods and moving to home ownership is really high. And it is not so clear for the Helsinki and Oslo in that case. But at the same time, we can see that most probably in Helsinki and Oslo, they might go to, especially for the Oslo, they might go to low-income neighborhood and go for the own ownership. So what are the key takeaways? So basically, the strategies are different. And they come because of the market that they are dealing with. And this kind of, I was also really struggling because I'm coming from Estonia. This home ownership is like really something that everybody is dreaming, and this is their like wish to be a single family homeowner, but the importance is actually different, and this spatial assimilation, therefore, is context dependent. And we can see that it's not only the income that improves this kind of housing conditions and the context that you will have. This is not the case. There are also some other issues maybe to deal with before just giving a raise for all the immigrants, for example, or kind of. But it is something to still consider, like helping them to get more equal to the locals. Yes, and there are still like really strong relationships between the ownership and where do you really go for. So if you are still going for quite disadvantaged neighborhood, and it's the only place where you can buy a flat or a house, then does it really solve for the integration if all the other neighbors are also with the same background and kind of struggling the same way? Or is it more about also kind of mixing the tenure types in neighborhoods and mixing the kind of people who are living in these neighborhoods? So, thank you.
Please go on. Yes. Thank you so much, Karin. And I would now like to invite the other panel members to have a seat here as well, so we can start the discussion. And I can see that some of the audience have already sent some questions, so evidently many people are also eager to know more. But firstly, I would like to invite the audience present here to open with questions. If there is something someone wants to ask right away, so please, let's go with the audience questions. Okay, if you still want to think about them, so there's nothing burning right now, so then we can go with the online questions and some others, and please feel free to raise your hand and ask questions when you feel the need to. Firstly, I'd like to go to your presentation, Judith. You spoke very convincingly also about the meaning of inclusive policies and how important they are for integration. But can you think of some examples why and how and where these kind of inclusive policies might also perhaps have unintended consequences, or is there a risk that they can backfire? How do you see on this point?
Thank you very much for the question. I guess that's relevant for many people also in the audience. What we see in our findings and also in some previous literature that looked at actual policies and the relationship with attitudes, we do not see a backlash. So the more inclusive policies were very consistently related to more positive attitudes. At the same time, there is a literature, mostly in the United States, that looks at what happens when people are told that ethnic minorities or immigrants would receive more equal rights, special favors, and so on. So it's more a discourse about granting favors, about granting equality. And there you can see in other people's research that might result in a backlash, that might result in perceptions, feelings of threat being heightened. And the way out of it is what the American literature calls all-inclusive multiculturalism. So a way to approach multiculturalism, to approach policies that also include the majority population, and that also keeps their rights, their cultural position, well, not intact, but high enough. And that would not exacerbate these feelings of threat.
Thank you. That's, I think, a very important point in these policy considerations. Maybe if we then move, we can do this in order also in the questions that I have been thinking when you have been presenting. If we from this move then to you, Patrick, you talk a lot about kind of negative and positive contact, and I think many of us, I'm also a geographer by background, so maybe to social psychologists these concepts are very familiar, and of course you gave a lot of examples, but could you expand a little bit on what is meant by this contact? And also I was left kind of wondering about negative contact, that what does that cause, and kind of could you expand a little bit on that as well, please?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I guess also where the intergroup contact literature comes from, also it comes from the kind of American context where basically the father of the intergroup contact hypothesis saw segregation in the American society and felt, well, actually what we need is contact. We need to kind of talk to each other and get people together. But already early on, it was said contact is good or has good consequences when the conditions are right. And this is why I'm really glad to also have you guys here on the panel, where we're also talking about these different conditions, such as segregation, reduced segregation, equal policies, because this is exactly what already Alport kind of suggested, that the conditions need to be right for contact to be positive and exert positive consequences. But when you also look at the American context, for instance, and look, for instance, at slavery, white slave owners and black slaves, they had loads and loads of contact, right? Over long periods of time, but that didn't change anything, right? So this just means that the context needs to be right. But something that has then been neglected in the research itself, it kind of just looked at quantity of contact. And only in recent years, researchers kind of had this awakening. Well, actually, we're also looking at optimal contact in the literature, but there's also this negative side of contact, which is actually also increasing discrimination and prejudice. And there's indeed some literature that suggests that positive contact in general is more frequent, but when we engage in negative encounters, then this is actually then, or might be even a little bit more influential. So although positive contact prevails and is more quantitatively more frequent, negative contact, when it happens, might have also very detrimental consequences. And this is basically, I guess, why I was also interested. So if you allow me to just maybe already address a question to you, because I've also found your talk very fascinating. And you said that basically, or that's how I understood your talk, that you had, we're looking at the diversity and segregation, and you could also show this very nice trend of increasing positive intergroup contact in the, basically in these contexts, right? So I was just wondering, did you also have negative intergroup contact in your data, and what were the findings, if so?
Yeah, no, it's an excellent question, and then unfortunately not. It was a situation where I think the kind of the survey we were working on predates the moment where people started to kind of be interested in negative intergroup contact. So it was unfortunately just a situation whereby we had positive. But I think you're absolutely right in that probably these segregated environments are more likely not only to reduce positive contact, but probably increase negative contact as well. And I wonder if perhaps when you have a situation where groups are separate and segregated and they view each other as more different, is that like what are the conditions of negative contact, I suppose, is the question, right? And if you have it in a segregated environment, is that optimal conditions for negative contact? I mean, I'm not sure, but I think it would be interesting to look at.
And these are, I think you're really in the heart also of segregation research here as well. Because of course, one of the kind of complexities of segregation is that we do know that it very often reflects deep inequalities within the society. So when you have high levels of segregation, it's rather likely that there are other types of inequalities playing out in the city. Maybe perhaps then relating to Judith, again to your talk, that when we have higher levels of inequality, likelihood is that there's a lot of income differences. So these unequal contacts in other domains also, besides the segregation. So maybe through that, I would also like to ask both of you, actually, James and Patrick, maybe you touched upon this just to quickly before then moving to you, Karin, that how do you think that or have you found evidence on how to enhance positive contact then in these segregated places? Is there a way to somehow foster and encourage positive contact?
Yeah, so at least from some of the work I've been doing outside of this, it's quite intractable, especially for young people where we have these segregated areas, because we not only do we have lack of opportunities in people's neighborhoods, but for young people, at least in a lot of countries where schooling catchment areas basically structure the ethnic diversity of their schools, you have essentially hyper-segregation, young people really isolated. So one thing we looked at was the role of civic participation, like youth engagement, youth volunteering, and where these kinds of groups can actually act as a bridge, maybe between like segregated worlds. And the work we did was actually found very strongly that not only that young people who kind of took part in this civic engagement, not only did their contact increase, but it had a particularly strong effect for young people coming from segregated environments. So essentially, these young people who normally had no opportunities, when they kind of joined these youth civic engagement programs, it provided essentially in many ways their first chances for positive contact and had a much, much stronger effect for those young people. And the nice thing about the kind of youth engagement programs, I think, is that a lot of the issues with segregation are very intractable. I mean, you know, as you were just saying, Venla, there's often quite strong socioeconomic inequalities behind this. It's actually quite hard to reduce segregation. So in the shorter term, creating these kind of civic spaces really serve as a kind of wonderful opportunity, I think, to provide contact where otherwise it wouldn't exist.
Yes, thank you. And continuing on this, exactly how to reduce segregation, then Karin, I think your wonderful presentation also very much fed into the kind of question of what can be done and about policies. For example, for the Swedish case, I remember Roger Andersson, a segregation researcher also from Sweden, saying that according to estimates of the Uppsala Research Institute, that they estimate that around 70% of segregation caused in Stockholm is based and rooted in the housing policies, so just the structure of housing. So it's the tenure type, what we build and where, that then kind of introduces these patterns, how inequalities then play out in space. So how do you see the role of housing policies, maybe also in these attempts to desegregate, also in the case of Estonia, but the Nordic countries as well?
I see that, and that was also mentioned quite strongly earlier today as well, that I think there is a lot that we can learn from Finland. So just across the sea about this social mixing in different fields. So not just only putting people into different neighborhoods, but also giving them the chance to have these different housing types within the neighborhood itself as well. And Finland is really trying that, and it is shown in the results as well that seems to be working. And there is no need to explain why is it important, because but they are quite understandable already. But still, I want to bring the attention to all these kind of things that are within the neighborhood. So schools, where the children go to school, what kind of people are or students are there, what kind of studying style or what kind of vision they have there as well. And this kind of, like is mentioned, we have to focus on the young people, and this is the future of us. So basically giving the good housing policies, giving all the good quality education is the places where we can do something, and it is something that we here in Estonia discuss a lot as well. So I think we are on the right way, but there are a lot to do still.
Thank you. And on a very similar note, there's also a question from the online audience directly to James on these very same lines. So the question is related: to what extent does your research lead to policy recommendations to actually steer residency, perhaps even by government authority? So as far as I understand, also asking about the sort of housing policies and perhaps the selection of people also within the kind of social housing sector and that mixing. How do you see on that?
Yeah, it's so based on the research, I think there are clear policy implications that reducing segregation should, especially in diverse environments, diverse cities, should have this positive impact on people's attitudes. At least that should kickstart a development, I suppose, over time of reduced prejudice. The kinds of policies, that's a fascinating one because, yeah, I mean, I think people have been trying to kind of reduce segregation for a long time. And I wish I had a good answer for everybody. But I think one of the interesting things, at least from the UK context, is that people are very aware when they feel they are being, how to say, manipulated into doing something they wouldn't normally want to do. So there's been a lot of work which shows that if you try and force people to have contact, for example, based on the idea that it'll be good for them, it'll reduce their prejudice, they're very aware of this and they become very guarded and very defensive about it. And it actually ends up having the opposite effect. So when it comes to something like segregation, I think explicitly developing policies whereby you are saying we need to increase the ethnic mix, you need to be more mixed for the betterment of you and for society, people will become very guarded of that. Instead, what you need to do is address some of the kind of causes perhaps around increasing segregation, perceptions of this. So in the UK, there are still perceptions that ethnically diverse schools may be less successful than more ethnically white British schools. There is also some interesting work which shows people are more likely to move out of their neighborhoods when Pakistani populations move in because of perceptions that their house prices are going to decline. So these are not explicitly related to prejudice per se, but they're related to things like their children's education or their financial resources or things like this. And so if you can start to perhaps address these things, it's not a cure-all for it, but you can address then, I think, some of the issues around the drivers of segregation without people becoming averse to the idea of mixing, let's say.
Yes, and we go also deeper into those issues then on the next panel, also on education, about, for example, these educational inequalities. So, but I think these are very key issues, and kind of continuing on this theme, there's also in the audience questions, as well as my own note questions, to actually all of you, the question of differences between different ethnic groups or immigrant groups, in the sense that also in the audience it was pointed out that people's attitudes actually across European countries seems to vary quite a lot to different groups. And many of you mentioned also these different categories, such as people who are perceived as refugees, or then the lower Human Development Index kind of countries and how people relate to that. So how do you see that this plays out in the questions of integration and housing careers? If we this time start from you, Karin, and move in the panel.
That was it is a really good question. And I actually had the same question when Judith presented your work, because I guess when you show the Estonian case, then I think there is a really strong difference, whether it's like these IT boys coming, or boys and girls coming from different countries to Tallinn and kind of doing that, and then the long-term migrants from Soviet time coming here and having their life here, and already like multiple like generations here. So the attitude attitude towards these kind of different immigrant groups is really, really different. And this is why context is so important, and these kind of over-European studies are really good, but at the same time, there is a lot of to study for each country itself as well. So I think here in Estonia there is a really strong difference, and before the war in Ukraine there were quite racist like stories even in the newspapers that well, it's not so bad after all to have these Russian neighbors when we have all these kind of black people or different cultural people coming here. So kind of this, these stories came here as well, but and there is the difference. Yeah.
If we move this way, then to James.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. There are big differences both in people's attitudes towards different migrant groups, and I mean, not just migrant groups, we're talking like second, third, fourth generation ethnic minorities in countries. And there's also big differences in the experiences of groups, big differences in levels of discrimination, and big differences in levels of segregation. So when we talk about segregation of ethnic minorities, we often find some groups it's much, much lower than others. And I think, you know, for all of us, kind of going forward, it's trying to understand why these dynamics differ, for example, for different ethnic groups. And I think at the same time, you know, also understanding that, you know, certain groups have stronger cultural identities and stronger ethnic identities than others, and there's greater and lesser distances between the majority group and minority groups, and all these kinds of factors, I suppose, playing a role in how groups are perceived, accepted, discriminated against, but also segregated as well.
And I think also the way how you dealt with this neighborhood segregation, it's also very relevant to that we do have two different kinds of patterns of ethnic segregation quite often. One is these sort of mono-ethnic enclaves, like the North American cases of kind of Chinatown or Little Italy, where the socio-economic structure can be very different also within that community, and it's more of a cultural enclave in a way. Whereas here in European cities, we mostly tend to see these multi-ethnic enclaves, which then have a very low socioeconomic status as well, and kind of relative disadvantage coupled in this. So I think this is also maybe a point that has a lot to do with how then these are perceived. But I think your talk very strongly even relates to these mono-ethnic enclaves. That do you see them also? These could, like Little Italy, create barriers, even though it's not a concentration of disadvantage?
Yes. So one thing we have done is, so in the UK, obviously the Muslim population in the UK is one of the most segregated groups, and so you oftentimes find, and also one of the most socioeconomically disadvantaged groups as well. And so you often find very kind of high density, segregated, but mono-ethnic enclaves, as you say. So there's the kind of question is well, is it the spatial distribution which matters? Is it the segregation which matters of these areas? Or is it the fact that there's a lot of negative discourses around these groups as well? But what we found is that actually the spatial distribution of just the Muslim population really matters. Yeah. So say you have an area which is 50% Muslim and everybody's very concentrated, the attitudes of white British people in those areas are much more negative. Whereas if you have the same 50% Muslim in particular, but equally spread out, residentially integrated, attitudes are much, much more better. So even within like an ethnic group like that, how it's distributed really seems to matter for people.
Yes, and the UK is a very interesting case also because of these mono-ethnic enclaves that also appear somewhat in some other kind of Central European cities, whereas in many cities you just tend to find a very kind of ethnically mixed but socio-economically disadvantaged. That is very interesting. But moving then to you, Patrick, how do you see on this kind of different groups and how they are met in the question of?
Yeah, I also think it's an excellent question, and so something that has been suggested in the literature that, as James has also already said, that we perceive some groups more positively than others. And actually, by perceiving some people more positively than others, something that happens is kind of a valence matching effect, if you will, also with intergroup context. So something that has been suggested is if I have a negative stereotype about a group and then have a matching experience, so a negative experience, then this is going to have a larger effect than if I have a negative stereotype about a group and then have a positive experience. So then it might be then positive contact might be as a disadvantage if I have negative stereotypes. Whereas it's the other way around for positively perceived groups. So if I have a positive experience with a positively perceived group, then just having one negative encounter won't change my worldview or basically my views much about the group. So, and this is how also contact and this is also how the work it can be so cumbersome, right? So when we have already existing negative stereotypes, to kind of stir the boat into the other direction to increase cohesion. So it's a very good question, and I guess that's the challenge that we're all facing.
Thank you. What about you?
What I can add to what my colleagues were saying is a bit of a historical perspective, because we didn't say it loud, but the immigrant groups who are most stigmatized in most countries are the immigrant groups who are racialized. So people who are not white, not of European origin, but who have come through labor migration from the Mediterranean or through post-colonial migration in former colonizing countries. And I think that's crucial to understand why we hold more negative attitudes towards these group of migrants. I think even in those countries that were not colonizers themselves, I come from Hungary myself, we didn't have any colonies. Estonia was not a colonizing country, but the perceptions, the representations of people from the former colonies, they still permeate how we see people coming from outside Europe. And these are representations that hold in some ways until today. I know the migration context the best in Belgium, where I've been working for a long time. And there you can really see this difference, because in the 40s, 50s, first migrant laborers were recruited from Italy and Portugal, from the poorest regions, that's why they came. But at the time, the economy was going better. These people are also white and European, so they were afforded more social mobility. And the second and third generation who live in Belgium today of Italian origin, you cannot differentiate them on any of the socioeconomic indicators. There's been a prime minister of Italian origin in Belgium. At the same time, if you look at the next generation of labor migrants who came after them, who were recruited, invited from Turkey and Morocco, and the post-colonial migration from Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, who also came after independence, the attitudes are still very different. And it's the second and third generation growing up in Belgium, but all of their indicators, socioeconomic status, segregation, attitudes, they are much worse. So I think race, being a racialized minority, it's crucial here. I'm as an Eastern European immigrant, I know myself that there are negative attitudes towards Eastern Europeans in Western Europe, but it's a lot less dire than what racialized immigrants are facing.
Thank you. And I think these are crucial points, also understanding these kind of intersections, that there is the socioeconomic level, then all different questions of perceptions and racialization and so on. There's a wonderful question, kind of continuing this to a slightly different sphere, to the world without geography in a way. There have been two questions of borderless communication, social media and so on, which is one domain kind of outside our geographical existence in many ways. Of course, tied also to local issues. We have a lot of neighborhood discussion groups and so on, which and people who are closer to each other tend to be better connected, but still it's a kind of world without boundaries. So how do you reflect on that? How has it changed the way how people are in contact with each other? Can it affect integration, and how do you see it in relation to your own research? Anyone can pick up on this. I see many nodding.
First thought that came to my mind is that this social network and so on, it's really good in a perspective of for the immigrants to stay still contact with your own people who are left behind. So therefore, kind of like not losing your identity in this huge new country where everybody is pushing you to the integration. So this is something really good to have, this kind of contact and not losing yourself in a new context.
But do you others want to comment also? Are people included, or is there contact between groups also in social media?
If I
yes, anybody can pick up.
So so there's also work on intergroup contact over different kind of modes. So there's all kind of like online contact and so on and so forth. And there's a huge potential here as well. But I think we're also all aware of these echo chambers, right? So you can also easily, or algorithms, let's not just give the fault to Mark Zuckerberg and colleagues, but algorithms and due to other factors, people who might have a certain worldview might actually also be only communicating with a certain worldview and see themselves reinforced, which can then have actually the exact opposite consequences. So this of course then has the potential to then polarize instead of bringing us together. So I guess this is also a huge challenge, and I think the time left here will not really allow us to elaborate a lot about these challenges, but yes, there's great potential, but also many dangers.
Thank you. Is there now someone in the audience who would like to ask a question, or shall we? Yes, there is a question here.
Thank you for the opportunity and then the wonderful discussion. As the High Commissioner was saying, like the challenge for us is also to think about like what can we learn for like actually policies, for example, here in Estonia. And for me, like as a relatively new person, I've been coming to Estonia since a long time and living now in Tallinn. For me, like this city still feels quite as a segregated city. You know much more about it than I do. And my question would be, like, what would be your advice to like policymakers here in Tallinn or in Estonia? Because I mean, like your graph, I'm really surprised, like how strong this impact can be, this physical segregation. And to give a small context, in the Dutch society, there is a strong tradition of like very strong top-down policies by the government on, for example, social housing, where the government says like certain neighborhoods should have at least 30% social housing. The big downside of it is that the government can also decide to diminish the number from 30 to 40 or 20. In my city, Rotterdam, where I come from, the city is now demolishing social housing blocks, big blocks, and replacing them by higher income housing. So my question would be, what would be your advice for the city of Tallinn to increase level of integration and the physical integration of different housing types. Should the city do that, or is this kind of laissez-faire policy, does it also have its positive sides because it's for people themselves to decide how they want to grow socially, economically in this city?
I think the issue, or maybe it's a good or bad, at the same time bad, but basically in Estonia the housing is quite liberal. So after the Soviet collapse of Soviet Union, in Soviet time nobody owned, and then one moment you can own your apartment or this kind of. So basically, unfortunately, maybe the government hands are too short to kind of to play around with these different housings and so on. At least so far it has been so that because people own and rent their selves, there are so few social housing types in Estonia. So this is something to consider, maybe taking a role back to the government itself and govern this housing. And I think this is something that they should do. Yeah.
If I may just, I think one thing to potentially be aware of is there's been a lot of interesting kind of dynamics in UK cities whereby one idea of, say, better integrating socially, but also, you know, ethnically as well, is through investment in an area and investment in new housing as well. But sometimes that's had the kind of opposite effect of if you make an area too attractive, then all of a sudden you're not just encouraging people to move in, but landlords begin to see an opportunity there. And then rents begin to raise, and then the original inhabitants, I mean, this is like a classic process, they begin not to be able to afford that. And so they then have to move out. And in many ways, you have an area which looks better, but you've just displaced the segregation, both socioeconomic and ethnic as well, to like the outskirts. So it's, yeah, it's not what we can do, but what we have to be careful, I suppose.
It's true, and I guess it speaks for the exactly Karin's point also on the social housing, because of course in social housing the rents are controlled, so people do not get displaced within that housing stock, but that the question of gentrification I think is extremely timely, both in Tallinn and in many other cities with relatively low numbers of kind of socially controlled housing units. That's a very good point. But I think we could continue this discussion until tomorrow. There are still plenty of questions, but I think that the smells of lunch are slowly starting to kind of pierce through. So maybe we'll go just for the last round of your kind of closing, if you still think that you have something you'd like to crystallize to the end of the discourse now. So please, if we start by you, Judith, the kind of final wisdom before lunch.
I would just like to repeat my conclusion that the key to lower xenophobia and less tension is giving immigrants more equal rights and not the opposite. Yeah.
Worth repeating.
And I might just add that intergroup contact is good if it's a positive contact and has many, many different consequences which are positive. Not only it's going to help us to reduce prejudice towards groups, but has also other very beneficial societal consequences.
Thank you.
I think I'd just like to briefly say we can tend to get very bogged down in the negative sides of things, but I would say the moral arc of the universe, as Martin Luther King said, is long, but it bends towards justice, and things are getting better. If you take somebody now in the UK, for example, and from the past, and you took them to the UK now, they would not believe how ethnically diverse it is. but still it works. So I would say the longer term processes are really towards positive. Doesn't mean we shouldn't do anything to kind of help them on their way or protect them when tensions do arise, but I'm optimistic, let's say.
Thank you, James.
And I think I would even would say that it's not only the issue of these of people, but it's also something that really the government should consider. For example, I just yesterday came from conference about will to defense, and there was also this that it's not only about the giving better quality of life for the immigrants, but it is something to think about for the countries as well, that we don't want them to be alike, but we want them to think or consider their new home as something to protect, and this is something to think and consider.
Thank you all so much for the panel, and thank you for the opportunity to be here together with the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aitäh.
Thank you. I would like to thank the panelists, and I'd like to thank you for this first half of the day. So we have an hour's lunch break, and please be back at 1:30. And please don't forget the wall of good thoughts, where you can write your good ideas on the puzzle pieces. See you in 1:30.
looking at the world.
Tere tulemast tagasi pärast pausi ja
Welcome back after the pause, and we are going to continue with the second big block of presentations. And I am happy to introduce you the moderator of the next panel, Margarita Gallo. And she is representing the Estonian Language House of the Integration Foundation.
Tere päevast!
Hello to everybody, dear participants, dear speakers.
And participants of Integration Conference. Mul on au seista siin teie ees.
It is my honor to stand here in front of you in order to
väga päevakohasel teemal.
introduce a very important discussion. The topic is important for all of us. It's segregation in education. It is something that everybody talks about, politicians, pupils, parents, and this topic is connected either directly or indirectly very many people living in Estonia. I dedicated 2 years of my life on this topic when I was studying at the Tallinn University, and I am looking ahead to the presentations delivered by speakers in this panel. And we hear the results of latest research, the experience of the researchers from other countries, but also from Estonia, but also experience from the practitioners are interesting, and recommendations. What should one bear in mind reforming our educational system? It is said that the wise men learn from mistakes made by others. What do we know from experience abroad about segregation and ways to avoid it in education systems? Scientists in our neighboring countries and elsewhere are doing a lot of research. It's another question whether we take into account what they tell us. Nevertheless, we have scientists from Germany, Finland, and Estonia. The leader of the Bonn University and a junior research group, Hanno Kruse, is going to be the first speaker, and he's going to speak about ethnic segregation in secondary schools. Why is it so persistent, and what can we do about it? The second speaker is Venla Bernelius with doctor's degree, and she's working at the University of Helsinki, and she is specialized on the segregation in urban space and the development. And we are going to hear about the challenges that the Finnish educational system is facing in connection with segregation. And the question raised is whether it's enough if we make people from different ethnic backgrounds to study in one and the same classroom. And then we have Laura Kirs, who is a doctoral student at the University of Tartu and is currently working as a science advisor at the Estonian Ministry of Education. And we are going to hear about the multicultural schools. But how are things going in real life in Estonia? What are the solutions that we have come to when we try to solve the educational issues of the children of the Ukrainian war refugees? And that's what we are going to hear from Natalia Mialitsina. And she has been a teacher. She has led a language immersion program. And today she is working as a development manager at Tallinn Pae Gymnasium. And since April, she has taken up a new challenge to help create a school for Ukrainian children. near Tallinn Lilleküla Gymnasium. And though I love to speak myself, I think it's high time to give the floor to our first panelist, Dr. Hanno Kruuse.
Hello, everyone. I am honored to be here, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to present some of the work that I and all the other team members around me have done over the last couple of years with regard to the question of segregation, specifically ethnic segregation in secondary schools. When we speak of ethnic segregation in secondary schools, what actually do we mean by that? Well, this, first of all, means nothing else than students of different ethnic origin. However you may want to define it, this is probably something very context-specific, sometimes tied to racial categories, for example, in the US, sometimes tied to countries of origin, countries of birth, more in the European part, or maybe also tied to languages and language use. So students of different ethnic origin are unequally distributed across schools. And this is not only the case in primary schooling, tertiary education, it's especially so the case in secondary schooling. And why should we care about this? Well, there are studies, of course, a lot of studies investigating this, and the first thing that may come to mind when we think of education, then it's about educational outcomes. And if we compare the effect of ethnic segregation on educational outcomes to that effect of socioeconomic segregation on outcomes, then the effect of plain ethnic segregation may be rather small. This being said, socioeconomic segregation and ethnic segregation usually go hand in hand. So that is something to keep in mind. But theoretically speaking, we could think of them disparately. So maybe rather small adverse effects just through ethnic segregation on achievement. A very big impact, however, is produced on the opportunities and also the actual interethnic contact that our children and adolescents in schools can actually realize. So school segregation inhibits interethnic contact. And this, as we have learned in the previous presentations, has a huge impact on intergroup attitudes later on. It also has an impact on whom these children and adolescents know and whom they can turn to when they're in need of knowledge, in need of support. Yeah? So we can also think of it in terms of inequality, in terms of social capital that is produced through ethnic segregation. So along these lines, I think I'm very convinced that we should care about the extent of ethnic segregation in our schooling systems. So I want to address two questions now. And the first of those two questions is the question as to why ethnic segregation is so persistent. When we look into different school systems and we look over time, we see it appear everywhere. Sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less, but you rarely find a case where we have truly integrated school systems. So why is that the case? And in order to see this, I think it makes sense to take a step back and think about the more general causes of school segregation. And you could organize them along three lines. The first being segregated housing. We've already addressed this. If we observe residential segregation, neighborhoods being ethnically segregated, and school children are likely to attend local schools, then, of course, segregation trickles down also into our schools. If that was the case, and that was the only case, then residential segregation patterns would basically mirror those we observe in schools. That's not the case, however. School segregation is usually even larger than what we observe in terms of residential patterns. And why is that? Well, for two more reasons. For school choices, the choices that families may have depending on the institutional setup they face, because it's especially middle-class parents often seen as those who make or who put the greatest effort into being selective for the choices of their children. And these choices tend to be such that ethnic segregation is further increased. And in the US literature, this is often referred to, that's the classical example, as white flight, the phenomenon of white flight. The white middle class escaping from schools with high black populations, proportions. And then finally, I already touched upon it, it's the institutions, the institutional setup that families face when they are about to choose a school for their child. And these institutions vary across countries, as we know. And me, being a researcher from Germany, there's one institution in secondary schooling in Germany that is quite pronounced and maybe also internationally prominent, infamous, you could even say, and that's that of strict ability tracking. So we've got a formal stratification of different school types, and children enter these secondary schools conditional on their previous performance in primary school. If previous performance in primary school is tied to ethnic origin, and if there are ethnic differences in performance, which we do see empirically, then again, this specific institution of ability tracking leads us to see greater ethnic segregation. So we've got these three causes. And in my own work, I investigated this not only in one country, but in several countries. I don't want to go into detail now about the actual numbers we're seeing here. It's just that the exposure to the majority group varies for children of different ethnic origin across different countries. And what we see here is that there is quite some variation in the extent to which there is exposure. If there was no segregation at all, then within a country, all ethnic minority groups should have the same exposure to the majority group, and the majority group themselves should also have the same exposure. That's not the case. So we see it all over every country, and here it's actually 4 countries, the 2 in the middle, Germany and the Netherlands, having a formally stratified school system, whereas the one on the left and the one on the right, Sweden and England, are more comprehensive in their secondary schooling. Still, lots of segregation. And of course, these countries vary in various respects, not just the institutional setup. Still, this raises the question, why don't we see greater differences when we compare these institutions? And that may be due to the fact that these different causes are not independent from each other. School choices and families choosing a school for their child, they always do so in reaction to the choice opportunities that they face. And these choice opportunities that they face, they are determined by the institutions that they are embedded in. So to put this more specifically and give you some examples, in the US case, for example, there were desegregation policies installed in between the 70s and 90s that led to drastic reductions of segregation within school districts. So far, so good. However, these reductions were counterbalanced, in part at least, by school choices, or actually by residential and school choices of the white middle-class families, because wherever those reforms took place in those districts, families moved out of. So we saw a decrease in segregation within these school districts where these desegregation policies took place. At the same time, we saw an increase in segregation across school districts because families were more likely to then escape those districts because they were not able to find the school that floated their boat, so to say. Another example, and again that is now based on our own research, is we also took a look as to how ability tracking plays a similar role here. As I already said, ability tracking increases ethnic segregation. So in Germany, it's a regionally specific thing. There are some regions and federal states where tracking is less strict, where children actually have a greater opportunity or greater chances to also attend comprehensive schools. And comparing these regions with each other, we saw that in those regions where we have more comprehensive schooling, so less formal ethnically specific sorting, in these regions, families, white middle class families became more selective in their choices. Whereas in the formally strict, stratified areas where we have strict ability tracking, these choices were less selective of the families. Yeah, so clear message here, school choices adjust to institutional rules. And this is somewhat disheartening, I guess, because this makes us see that institutions may have only a limited ability to curb ethnic school segregation. If we have reforms aimed at greater integration, they may be partially offset by more segregating school choices. This is not to say that we should do away with these institutional reforms, because overall it still pays off. It's just that the payoff is not as high as we usually expect it to be. If that's a problem, what can we do? Well, if we don't, or if we cannot completely address school segregation, then maybe let's address the consequences, the undesirable consequences of school segregation. And that is the lack of intergroup contact. School segregation implies a lack of intergroup contact in school. So within their schools, I would argue, based on the research that we have done, principals and teachers or headmasters generally have actually a major influence on the extent to which intergroup contact can come about. And this is based on the sorting decisions that they have at the local level within their schools. And of course, teachers, principals, they are aware of that. And when you ask them, they are often aim for balanced composition of school classes and courses in order to arrive at these more integrated school classes, very local contexts. But I think there's more that they can do to encourage intergroup contact, not only look at balanced compositions. And I think so based on two very strong empirical regularities. And the first, that's just something that we usually observe. Most everyday interaction of students, of children, adolescents, takes place within the school classes and courses themselves. Less so with people in different school classes. And secondly, most friendships form among students of the same gender. Boys become friends with boys, girls become friends with boys, if you think of it in a binary way. If that's the case, then let's think of an example. This is an example school cohort, a very small one, I must admit, but we have 12 students here, and we've got two ethnic groups, greens and blues, and we've got two genders here, circles and squares, if you will, girls and boys. And now we have to decide, how are we going to split them up? We have to split them up into two school classes. And we want to take care of a balanced composition. So one way we could go would be this one right here. We've got a balanced composition, right? If we think of our empirical regularities, what friendship networks would we expect to see in these school classes? Well, interaction taking place within the classes, but also within gender. And since gender aligns with our ethnic groups here, we also see strong ethnic clustering in the networks, or a lack of intergroup contact. How about we take a different approach here and split it up like this, yeah? Still the same balanced composition. The proportion of blues and greens is identical across the school classes, but now the gender and ethnicity, they don't align anymore. And the result, very simple, very straightforward, more integrated school networks. And in fact, empirically, we do observe this. This is now, again, across 4 countries, the Netherlands, Germany, England, and Sweden. And we just assess the extent to which gender and ethnicity aligns in school classes in these different countries, and how this is associated with the ethnic clustering in friendships. And we see a clear positive association, meaning that the more students' ethnicity aligns with gender in a school, the stronger the ethnic clustering in friendships, or the greater the lack of intergroup contact. So from that perspective, school administrators may actually have some influence to offset the adverse effects of school segregation, and they may not be aware of it yet. They should, instead of only looking at balanced compositions, also consider the fact that ethnicity may align or cross-cut other demographic categories that matter a lot more for these children, for example, gender. So if they aim for minimal alignment between gender and ethnicity in their local sorting decisions, we may actually come a step further toward more integrated school classes. Interestingly, and that maybe as a final note, not only do interethnic contacts increase in the schools that we observed, but we also saw the tendency that ethnic minority students attending these schools with less alignment between gender and ethnicity, that ethnic minority students were more likely to start feeling a sense of belonging to the nation. Yeah? So this may actually have more lasting impact than just contact. So I provided, I think, two main messages here. Institutional reforms aimed at desegregating secondary schools often have less of an impact than we may wish and than we may expect. And if that's the case, then it may be a good idea to accompany them with efforts more at the local level addressing those sorting decisions. And this is now maybe an outlook and on our own work. Our SPINS group, the research group that has currently started its work, or has started its work 2 months ago, will exactly examine that. We will use, by means of a large-scale field experiment in Germany, we will assess how useful these sorting rules can actually be applied and how productive this may actually be to produce or strengthen intergroup contact. If you're interested, I'm more than happy to address any questions you have now or later on. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was a really nice presentation. And to sum up, and correct me if I'm wrong, so did I understand correctly that actually if country or state or institutions make some kind of rules according this schooling sorting, it might be still jeopardized by the choices of the parents? So because even if we choose to make a mixed schools and we are thinking this through and making some rules, parents will do otherwise. And my question is, why to bother? Why is it important?
That we should still care and try to decrease segregation, yes. You mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think this gives me the chance to maybe elaborate a bit more on the actual consequences. I think in the first panel we've already seen what consequences are of a lack of intergroup contact. And I think this is really the main driving factor and the main impact for me, as at least, to be worried about segregation in terms of ethnic categories and ethnic belonging. As I said, socioeconomic segregation, so segregation along the lines of socioeconomic background, this has a huge impact, and I think we will later on also see this in other talks, has a huge impact on children's achievement, on their performance, on their overall performance. It also usually always goes hand in hand with ethnic segregation. So from that perspective, you could even argue, if we do away with ethnic segregation, we also do away with those achievement disparities. Still, on top of that, it's the intergroup contact and the lack thereof that produces just massive problems for us in diverse societies, as this has an impact on social cohesion overall, on intergroup attitudes, and on openness towards each other. And I think this is, more than reason enough to be worried about it in these times. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I am satisfied with an answer, so please take a seat.
Thanks.
And thank you very much.
Thanks.
So our... yes. And our next panelist is Venla Berlenius. So please, the floor is yours. She's from Helsinki University.
Thank you, and hello again now from this role, and once more, thank you for the invitation. It's wonderful to be here. I have been doing research on socioeconomic segregation in cities, and then the dynamics, how it plays out in schools for the past 15 years, but I didn't include everything here. I'm going to be talking today about how we do see the patterns of kind of emerging and developing segregation in the cities of Finland, because I think that case is quite relevant for the Estonian developments as well. And then how we can see how different kinds of political decisions have played out in schools. This talk, as I said, is based on more than one paper, but particularly on one newer paper that was just published about exactly the effects of mixing that Hanno already mentioned. So thank you also for that great introduction. And then it's also based on a wider ministry report that I did together with my PhD student for the Ministry of Finnish Education. So on the kind of inequalities and how we can try to diminish that in the Finnish education system. And maybe there are two kind of main points that I'm trying to communicate with this, the kind of take-home messages to keep an eye on. First of all, something that was already very nicely discussed in the first panel, that housing policies are very central to also educational policies and integration policies. So geography really matters. You can see it in the next maps also on segregation. And the other one is that despite relatively successful housing policies, these processes or dynamic or the pressure for segregation still persists even in the Finnish system. The social differences persist, and with even quite successful attempts then to lessen segregation, to mix, we might not always get the contact we want. Only the proximity doesn't always translate for that, which was very nicely communicated by Hanno on the issue of gender, and I will show you another example also on socio-economic lines. So maybe one of the points that we really need to be keep an eye on kind of integrated policies in order to create integration in the society, also to think about how different policies can be combined and how they interact and how to get across the silos. But first, starting with a sad picture of the Finnish education system. Most of you, at least in the Estonian context, know that Estonia has been doing wonderfully in the international educational assessment PISA tests. Finland used to be doing very well 20 years ago, but now the level of educational outcomes have been declining for a longer time, hand in hand with growing segregation. What we see in the Finnish educational system is that the social and educational outcomes have gone kind of very hand in hand in many ways. When differences between schools have been growing in social terms, so have the gaps in educational outcomes in the schools, the kind of intergenerational effects in education. Also, pupils from immigrant background are scoring on average kind of 80 points lower than Finnish origin children. This gap is equivalent to 2 years of learning. And there is a strong intersectional disadvantage, just again referring to Hanno's excellent presentation, that most of these important predictors of educational outcomes are related to each other, but still in the Finnish system we do see a gap in learning, even though we would minimize the effect of socioeconomic background. So if we statistically select for kids from similar socioeconomic background, we still do see an effect, a statistical effect to an immigrant background. So there are lots of different types of kind of disadvantages and inequalities within the system, but we can see that one major driver from the systemic large perspective in the education system has been the growing segregation in urban space. Despite, I'll say a couple of words about the housing policies later, but the growing kind of income inequalities within the knowledge economy is still pushing for growing differentiation. And coming from an urban geography background, I have grown to like maps. But this is the kind of map that we most often see in any kind of national discourse. I'm sure you see a similar map of Estonia, where you just put the whole country in a map and then you draw some municipality lines and then you say that this is how it is. It's one level of how it is, but not the whole picture. This is the map of Finland with municipalities drawn on the map, and you can see the map is communicating the share of adults with a tertiary education in different Finnish municipalities, and you can see that the municipalities that are very dark green have the highest share of highly educated adults. They actually coincide with the largest cities. And in this light, the cities are doing extremely well. They are kind of the winners of the knowledge economy. But if we zoom into the cities, we see the image that was also painted to us in the previous panel, particularly by James. We see a very strong pattern of segregation. Now, this is only the southern part of Finland, the Uusimaa region with different municipalities, and we mapped out the nearest kind of neighborhood or the official school catchment area of all the basic education, lower secondary schools in the region. And we can see here that the schools that are kind of carrying a lot of educational advantage, who are recruiting from their neighborhood the families with very highly educated adults, are actually concentrating on a very small number of, or a small geographical area in some neighborhoods of the capital region. Helsinki is there smack in the middle in the south. And if we flip this image over to look at where the largest educational disadvantage is located, so we only look at adults with no education after basic education, it looks like this. So the concentrations of adults with the lowest education level are also found in actually the heart of the metropolitan area. There are also some municipalities there 100 or 150 kilometers away from Helsinki, but we can see that there's a lot of urban neighborhoods that are doing or being in a very disadvantaged position within the kind of urban core. So this is what the kind of urban paradox in a way looks like in segregation, that right next to the most kind of wealthy neighborhoods, we tend to have the very disadvantaged neighborhoods. And this residential segregation is of course then translated into educational disadvantage, kind of carries on and is reflected into the schools in the urban areas. And what is maybe something that is particularly important for this kind of audience and the questions of integration and immigration is that we tend to have very strongly overlapping patterns of different types of disadvantage. So not only are the life domains segregating, like the residential domain of our life, the school, different institutions, works and hobby, but also different levels or different types of disadvantage are being concentrated in the same kind of segregating points or domains. When we look at these maps, the one on the left shows the share of people with an immigrant background. The one on the right shows the share of people who are unemployed out of the adult population. And you can see that these maps look almost identical. If we would map out then low income or cases of social abuse or different kinds of disadvantage, those maps would also look strikingly similar. So we have an accumulation of kind of different aspects of disadvantage in the same neighborhoods, in the same time with growing gaps between neighborhoods. We even see these spatial units getting kind of larger, neighboring areas looking more and more like each other. There's also a very strong path dependency in these developments, so that the neighborhoods that used to be in the bottom 25 years ago still tend to be that. Also, one thing that is very central to education particularly is that we see a pattern of children becoming more and more segregated as opposed to adults in a way. So we don't have to go very deeply into segregation indices and what they show, but practically, if we think about how many people we would have to kind of somehow get to move to another neighborhood, for example, in the city of Helsinki, in order to create a spatial mix, it's only around 20 to 30% of adults, depending on whether we look at ethnic or income segregation, but it's 40 to over 50% of children. So young families with kind of high educational capital, middle-class families are very selective in where they move. There's a lot of kind of flight and avoidance behavior, which then segregates children even more than kind of two adult households and so on. This is then reflected, these patterns, on the school educational outcomes. We can kind of create a weather forecast for how schools are doing just based on where they are located in the city. So we can see a very kind of clear pattern on how these educational inequalities are then kind of being transferred to the school system. And this is the risk that we are running in the cities then as a result of this kind of segregation pattern. We do see this segregating geography of education, kind of a self-perpetuating cycle of segregation. How the city of Helsinki, for example, has then tackled this, as I said, there is a big role in housing policies. For example, at the moment still, even though we have these quite strong patterns of segregation, the city of Helsinki is less segregated than some other Finnish cities with kind of weaker housing policy solutions. So maybe there is a lot of hope that policies do matter a lot. But we also see a pattern of kind of non-contact in some of these mixed neighborhoods when the grain size of mixing is still quite noticeable, particularly in the older neighborhoods. I would very much love to repeat this experiment in another type of neighborhood with kind of more mix within houses. Nowadays, the tenure types in many new neighborhoods are mixed so that in the same house, even in the same hallway, you can have social housing and owner-occupied housing. But in some of the older neighborhoods, the mixing is done so that, for example, the Case neighborhood that we looked at was quite heavily divided within the neighborhood to a kind of a social rental block part, and then a villa area with owner-occupied housing. And within the school in that neighborhood, there was quite a clear difference between social networks of different types of kind of socioeconomic, ethnic lines. There was quite an evident pattern also of hobbies keeping children a little bit apart. Their experience of kind of everyday life was quite different. And the school wasn't really equipped to deal with this. So maybe this is a good example in that sense of how the idea of social mixing needs to be complemented by other types of creating cohesion and integration, even though on paper this looks like a very mixed neighborhood, there's still a lack of contact between the children. Actually, we also checked for the balance between the different classes within the school. That was also very mixed, but there was still a pattern of if children spend time in their, like outside the school day with a specific social network, it kind of creates some lack of contact. It was not a dysfunctional school. There was not a lot of conflict, but there was a separation. So maybe this kind of sensitivity to social and cultural factors and really enhancing school community is the takeaway message also from that. And despite the images I showed of this pressure for growing segregation, we can also observe a very strong pattern of of kind of housing policies and different integration policies, really tackling that also, that the situation would probably be like far more serious without these types of policies. Maybe I took out quite a lot of different kinds of policy considerations that we see in this particular study, as well as a couple of others. Maybe just as closing words, what has been the biggest lesson for me looking at segregation patterns, how urban spaces are becoming more equal throughout many of the sort of European countries, is that we thought for a very long time in the Finnish education policies that equal institutions are kind of shielded from these kinds of cycles of segregation. The Finnish educational system has been known to have a very high standard of teachers. There are no resource differences between schools that would explain kind of differences. There is no tracking like in the German system, but still you saw how the PISA results have gone downhill. The differences between schools have been growing. So having a kind of an egalitarian system isn't alone enough to shield the system for these effects of kind of growing differences through segregation, but there needs to be a kind of an integrated take on different policies and also a focus on the community and to kind of understand all these processes that we've heard from great social psychologists on how to enhance real communication and contact. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very convincing presentation, but Venla, don't go away yet. Please come back. As far as I've been living in Finland, actually, quite for a few years, so I noticed that the Finnish government always paid quite a lot of attention to this inclusion and integration, and you draw the line between the PISA test results and segregation in Helsinki. How so that Finnish government put so much effort into it and there is still segregation growing and such kind of unfortunate tendencies are noticed?
I think this is a key question for almost all European countries at the moment, that almost every country has quite a strong kind of anti-segregation agenda in different kind of spheres of life, different domains, that there are inclusive policies in education, there are all kinds of efforts to diminish and decrease urban segregation, but we do see growing inequalities in urban space and in education almost everywhere. There are exceptions, but this is the tendency. And I guess from a kind of an economic and urban research points of view, it seems that there are huge pressures for segregation. We know that kind of social inequalities tend to translate into spatial inequalities. So I guess those pressures kind of override the positive efforts. But as I said, there are also examples within Finland of municipalities with relatively different policies, and they do also show different patterns. We see, for example, that the city of Turku, which has not had a very strong housing policy, it is actually more segregated than the city of Helsinki, which has been very eager to mix. So it kind of at least gives hope for me that even these local policies, they also really matter. But it is swimming kind of against the current in many ways. Maybe the situation would be worse, much worse, without these inclusive policies. But I hope we can figure out ways to really tackle the whole problem.
Thank you very much. You had a really logical answer. So we still need to continue pushing and struggling with it.
Do more.
Thank you very much, Venla. Thank you very much. Jaa. Ja nüüd meie järgmine esineja.
Our next speaker is Laura Kirs. The floor is yours.
Tartu Ülikool.
Representing the Tartu University. Good afternoon. I do apologize. I will just prepare a sip of water. Yes, I am a PhD student at the University of Tartu, and I study multilingual schools. So I work at the Ministry of Education and I deal with research at the ministry. Listening to Hanno and Venla, so the situation seems rather desperate. We are doing things constantly, but it seems that we're not getting anywhere. But Venla did say that we do have some hope, and if we do, then things will get better. Well, my presentation is more or less the same. What can we do in Estonia then to improve the situation? The organizers of the conference asked me to talk from the aspect of what do we know by now, and as we have quite a number of Ukrainian refugees and pupils from the Ukraine, is there something to learn from this new experience? I wanted to show you a photo of this girl. Let's say that she's 7 years old, about to start school, and depending on whether she's called Mari, then she would go to an Estonian-speaking school, and if her name was Marina, then she would go to a Russian-speaking school. So that point in her life determines how she will get on in her life. So obviously we cannot generalize, but if we look at our ethnic groups, then that is the situation that either Mari or Maria, so she's at crossroads, whether she could do better or worse. So this is the data from the Statistics Board, from the integration monitoring study. So if we have an employee with higher education, then if he or she is an Estonian speaker, then their net income a year is 22,000. And if they are a non-Estonian speaker, then they get less. If we look at those who are managers or top-level specialists, amongst Estonians, 10% are then managers and 25.8% are top-level specialists. And you can see that the numbers are lower in the second column. The reason is that the human capital is different. So amongst Estonians and Russians, actually, there is the same number of people who have higher education. But why is it that the non-Estonian speakers do not become managers? If we look at healthy life years, then, well, those who are non-Estonian speakers, they will live 2 years less. And these are the average figures. For women, they're actually higher. Estonian women live a lot longer. Looking at people's political activity, amongst Estonians, the percentage of those politically active is 29%, almost a third, and amongst Russian speakers, only a fifth, 20%. And as for the spatial segregation studies, where do people live? Most of our studies have been made in Tallinn. Estonian-speaking areas are becoming more Estonian-speaking, and Russian-speaking areas are becoming more Russian-speaking. So the segregation is quite strong, so people are not being mixed. So, based on this, all the previous presenters focused on the same aspect, that it all begins with schools. I like the way scientists, researchers have said that the school is the backbone of ethnic infrastructure. This is causing the divide. And it's not about the language that you are learning things in. If you don't study together, you don't have the habit to interact with other people. And if you don't start with that at school, you don't do it in your life afterwards, at the labor market, in your free time, etc. And once we start dealing with later, if we haven't started at schools, then it gets a lot more complicated. And even in our society, our studies have shown that our ways of accepting people are becoming more open. Estonia has become a country, even before the war in the Ukraine, migrants came in here. But when we look at mobile phone positioning data that human geographers have collected, we see that the societal separation between ethnic groups, it increases. And it keeps on increasing and growing, especially when we look at young people. Unfortunately, the situation with young people is even worse compared to those who are perhaps older. So this applies to free time and where you live. So if from school onwards you don't have strong relations, social relations, then the more complicated it is later. So in the light of this, we ask, what do we do with this information? So we have said that we need schools that bring these ethnic groups together. At Tartu University, we had a mobility program called RITA. So what is a comprehensive Estonian school? So this is a joint vision that all Estonian schools should follow. So the idea is that we don't separate students, pupils, based on the language. It's a school and it will admit whoever falls into the catchment area. So we apply the principles of modern approaches to learning, that everything starts from the student. We also include the students' cultural identity, that studies are in Estonian. They support the state identity realization in the society, so that the students don't forget who they are and where they come from. So this is the perfect ideal. And there are many schools in Estonia who will follow this type of practice. In some parts of our country where such comprehensive schools have already started to emerge because of the necessity, but Tallinn is a good example of where we have segregated communities, Estonian schools and Russian schools, and we just can't get over this divide. So what do we do so that we could have such a comprehensive school? Well, it's an issue of politics. So parents should become more demanding. That's where the hope lies, in the parents. Schools in Tallinn could also reprofile themselves and open themselves to pupils, students with other language backgrounds. Not, Russian language schools could also offer something to children from Estonian families. In Pärnu, we have an example of a Russian-speaking school, and they started admitting Estonian-speaking children because there just weren't enough school places for Estonian children in other schools. But it all had to do with the management of the school. So this school started communicating the idea that they are open for everyone, and students applied, and parents wanted their kids to study there. So it's up to the school. What are we like? What are our conditions? Who are we wanting to study here? So obviously, you have to have teachers. I often dream that Tallinn is a wonderful environment where we should just have new schools from nowhere. So they just don't profile themselves on the language that the tuition is provided in, but that they sort of profile themselves as a technology school or a green thinking school. And this would attract children from different communities. So when we look at this integration monitoring data, then the school has to be able to convey the message that you can learn the language and the subjects parallel. Research has proved that bilingual schools, strong bilingual schools, they start teaching both the language and the courses, the subject parallel. This can be done. And as for community schools, maybe we will have such community schools that can provide examples. So this is a bit of sort of dreaming, but maybe we still have hope. But what can we do in the current situation? in the existing schools that we have, well, they are either based on one language or one nationality. So what are the opportunities to create strong social networks with students from different language backgrounds? One of the students I supervised, she studied language practices, virtual language learning, which showed that you have a lot of potential when you connect pupils from different worlds. They learned the language and many became friends, and that's just a minor thing. But also hobby education, youth work, mobility programs, long-term projects where you bring together young people from different backgrounds and they act together. And what Hanno said about gender, the gender aspect, I think in Estonian schools we haven't thought about that. That's another important message. And Estonian language schools, they should have a more clear message that multilingualism and having different cultures is a cool thing, and that, you know, you're not labeled that you come from a different background, you have a different language and you pose a problem. That this is actually something that we can work with, and Natalia will tell us about that. And another aspect that we support this multi-identity. Estonians, people with Estonian citizenship, but who also maybe are either Russian, Ukrainian, Swedish, British, that they doesn't automatically mean that they will become Estonian if they study in an Estonian language school. So if we look at what's happening in schools, then Russian-speaking pupils often themselves say that having been born in Estonia, they have to explain Putin's regime to their co-students. And a couple of other ideas. I'm afraid I wasn't present in the morning. Maybe you already discussed these issues. What does theory say if we create these intergroup contacts? Hanno mentioned it as well. One of the theories tells you that we have to take 3 steps. If we bring the young people together, then we need to take them just as people, not divide them into different groups, Estonians, Russians, Latvians, just human beings. Then they have a common interest, a common project, and then you remind them that, listen, you come from different backgrounds, you have different nationalities, but look, you are different, but it's okay to acknowledge this and be aware of this, and then you don't have any prejudices. And then going around in this circle, we have been working on this common denominator. We have different ethnic groups, different individuals, but we are united by something, and this is what has brought us together. This is the Pettigrew model. And another version, I like the visual aspect of this one. So again, if we bring these groups together, we mix them up, then they have a common denominator, the project that I previously gave as an example, then they have a common hobby or something. And in the 3rd stage, we remind them that yes, we have the different groups, but they're all joined together in the larger framework. It looks very simple, doesn't it? Nothing complicated about it, but bear it in mind that we work with different schools and we work with different projects. I'm trying to think if there's something else to add, but I think that's probably it, and I'm also almost out of time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Suur tänu, Laura.
Thank you, Laura.
Mulle tundub, et ka Eestis on päris
It seems to me that in Estonia we have quite an impressive sort of research that has been conducted in this field. And I keep thinking that, is it about communication? You mentioned that the parents are not demanding enough. And perhaps they actually don't know what is it that they can ask for. So all this research and the result of those surveys, why doesn't it reach this target group who would know what to demand? So what are those obstacles? Is it all about communication or is it something else? Communication probably is the obstacle, because these groups, they live in different information bubbles. So the information that they get, it just doesn't support taking such decisions, and that is rather unfortunate. But as for researchers, we have a large field to work on with parents and raise their awareness so that they would know what to ask. The voice of these families whose students study in those schools, they have become people with different sort of backgrounds, and there is still a lot for us to research as well, and we haven't maybe involved parents enough. Thank you. A round of applause to Laura, please. We have our presentation by our last panelist, Natalia Mialitsina.
Tervist!
Good afternoon. Natalia Mialitsina. I like to talk about values. And I like to make others think that having different languages and having different cultures is actually a value. And in Estonia, it would be wonderful if children from different languages or different nationalities, that we don't see them as a problem, but a value, that they add value to our school and that they can change something in our school. So my life has also taken a turn. Since April, I have been working with Ukrainian children. And this autumn, I have 400 values that I have gathered. The organizers of the conference have invited me to talk about this experience, 400 values that fell into your lap. How do we connect them together? And there are many things that link us. I often like this sort of an exercise that we have groups. We ask to write down what is it that unites us and what makes us different. And there are not so many things that make us different. And I'm also viewing or looking at the work that I do, and I see that we have so many things in common rather than that make us different. And when people ask, why are Ukrainian children different? Well, they have 2 hands, 2 feet, they have light skin just like we do. So it's difficult for me to come up with something that is different about them. Well, okay, language is something that is different, but for other things I can't think of anything. Well, why am I different from the previous presenters? I don't have any research, any surveys or links to those surveys to add to my presentation. Everything that I am telling you is based on my personal sort of opinions, discussions with colleagues, and that is why my colleague's name, Anu Luure, she's the head teacher of the Lilleküla Gymnasium. So this is what we have discussed together, what's happened during the school day. Or when I travel from the Kristiine part of Tallinn across to the eastern side of Tallinn, where I live, then this is my time for reflection. So my presentation is based on my personal reflections. So this is the school It is in one of the former buildings of Tallinn University. I'm sure those of you who are involved in education, some of you have studied there. It used to be the Faculty of Natural Sciences, and our school is renting the space there. So we have 432 places for studying, year 1 to 6. So we have 18 groups of pupils with 24 children. So maximum is 18 times 24, 432 students. So we have 28 classrooms, and we have 30 adults. Obviously, this is not enough. We need to find more staff. So 400 plus students, 30 teachers, but it's just not enough. And all of our pupils are from the Ukraine after the war broke out. So what are the pros and cons? Well, this is a project-based school. It was created because we just didn't have enough school spaces for those children in schools across Tallinn. Another plus is that all the children are the same. They have the same starting point. They barely speak any Estonian. They have come from the Ukraine. They have a common language, so they don't feel alone, at least when they start. It's also important for the teachers that the teachers can sort of educate a homogeneous group, meaning that they don't speak any Estonian, so they can prepare their lessons, concentrating it on one group. And the children can be together according to their age groups. That's another plus. So we don't have like 20 pupils age 7 to 15 together in one classroom, and you have to find activities for them to do. One of the minuses is segregation. We've talked about it today. So these 400 children are in a situation that we would like to get out of, in the sense that they are there together, just the Ukrainian children and 30 adults. They maybe are not able to acquire Estonian language as best as other Ukrainian children who have been able to start their education in Estonian schools. So my experience shows that children learn from other children of the same age better language skills than from their teachers. Well, and then of course we have integration. You learn about Estonian culture, you're in the cultural sphere. But in our school, it's all up to the teachers, that the teachers are the ones who tell the pupils about Estonian culture and integrate them into Estonian culture. And another thing with finding friends, we advise parents that they find a hobby group so that the children would have friends from among either Estonians or Russians or people living in Estonia in generally, basically, so that they would get friends outside of the school classrooms. So we opened the school actually in April. It was very fast. We had spaces for 200 children to get them off the ferry where they're temporarily accommodated so that they could, be active, run around. So we had 2 months to prepare. So in spring, we sent 330 letters to the parents, and 130 children arrived at the school, and we thought, what about the rest? What happened to the 200? And my heart still aches when I hear that there are children who have arrived in Estonia from the Ukraine, but we don't know where they are. So we hired 6 Ukrainian teachers and Estonian teachers. So in the spring and now in the autumn, if we were not able to hire those Ukrainian teachers, then we just wouldn't have been able to open the schools because we just don't have enough teachers in Estonia. we do not have a surplus of teachers. So what are the lessons that we've learned? We still keep learning, and I'll start with the last. So being a manager, this is the biggest lesson that I've learned, that if you presume something, that it means that you make a huge mistake. So if you think that this is the way it is, it's actually totally the opposite. So don't presume. Life will show you it's not the way. Me and many of our cooperation partners, we thought and presumed that, yes, we're helping Ukrainian children, they are refugees, that they're quiet, and that they will just nod and say yes to everything. And then it turns out that they're not. They're totally different. And thank God that they are children. That they don't just nod and say thank you. They run around, they make mischief. Sometimes they study, sometimes they don't do their homework. But, it was like a shock that these are real children, not just, So we understood that, well, there are certain exceptions. Children need boundaries. They need a framework, and this gives them a sense of security. Let's not just say that today we're going to be nice and kind. No, you still have to have the same rules for all children. Another lesson is that to Ukrainian teachers and children, it seems that Estonian schools are very liberal, that you can do whatever you want. And Ukrainian teachers, they have said that for the first time ever, they feel as human beings and that they're being valued. So teachers from the Ukraine, what I'm trying to say is that my message to Estonian teachers is that you have to see what it is positive in Estonian schools, that Estonian schools value their teachers, and this was stressed by our Ukrainian colleagues. You have to be persistent. You have to have very a lot of persistence, and one of my main lessons that I learned about myself is that there's no room for fear or being afraid. It's not going to help you if you go to work tomorrow and, will you have desks and chairs? Well, if not, then you'll start finding them, So there's nothing to be afraid of. You just have to, step by step, do it. So what are the principles? It's also been discussed. One person, one language. Ukrainian language teaches in Ukrainian, and Estonian teacher teaches in Estonian. And the school is for the children. It's not for the parents, but for the children. And we are doing it the way Estonian schools are. It's a very, normal school. Although we're project-based, we're still very normal. We are flexible, and we have to react according to the situation. Then you make a mistake. So studies, what are they like? So in the spring, communication perhaps didn't work. This term, Ukrainian school, I often have to stress that people often have expectations. It's a school in Estonian based on the Estonian curriculum. So we have more Estonian language lessons so that the children can transfer to an Estonian speaking school so that they know and can cope in a local school. And we are trying to increase the number of subjects taught in Estonian, but that again depends on whether we can find the teachers. So at the moment in Estonian, we teach the following subject: art, music, physical education, technology, history. So history and societal studies. So we teach them in Estonian by an Estonian teacher. So the study materials are also all Estonian, so the textbooks are in Estonian so that they can see the language, and the Ministry of Education stressed that Estonian children in Estonia study from Estonian textbooks and we don't have Ukrainian textbooks. Challenges are creating a school culture. So when children enter a school, they adopt this culture of that school. We have 400 children from all across the Ukraine. They have different backgrounds and we have to create our own school culture. And this is one of our major challenges. So my last point is curriculum. And I always say, sorry, curriculum, I'm not thinking about you. You are not my priority. So if we cannot sort of create a school culture, then we will never actually get to the curriculum. So first things first, school culture, teachers, pupils, parents, so that they know what Estonian schools are about. The habit of going to school, it is where you study. You don't just come to spend your day there. We have a rhythm, we have rules, we have agreements. Yes, it may seem liberal, but it is actually based on very agreed rules. And this is what we like to communicate the message. The curriculum, it's not going to run away. It's a document on paper. It can wait. So what are the joys? Children go to school. So 400 plus children, they study. We have our issues. We have problems. We have teachers. That's a joy. And the fact that the school is existing. And children are children, they're happy. This is our end of the school meeting in the spring. And, I was asked, how many of those children are traumatized. Well, I didn't count the heads of how many. They don't sit in a corner and cry. They run along the corridors. We have long corridors. What else do you do? And I wanted to get back to where I began, and this is my subjective opinion about that in our schools we don't stress the values. So what I have been discussing are my values, Estonian culture, Estonian freedom. So when Ukrainian children come to our schools, we need to discuss these values. What is it that we value? Maybe we need to reassess our values and change things and live according to these values. So if you are in a difficult situation, you can base yourself on those values, on simple things. One of the Estonian poetesses, Deborah Varandi, has said that. Do I have these values in me, and do I also get the children to understand these values? You always have to have an objective. And my objective is actually to have this school closed down. It's not that I'm working towards this goal, but once this school is shut down, then the war will have finished and the children can go back home. So this is an objective. But we have to do our best, and this is what I'm doing in my life, every day, in 2 schools across Tallinn, Pae School and Lilleküla School, so that one day this school can close down. So I'm a project manager, but I don't have a contract with a specific term. So that those children who decide to remain in Estonia, they can enter schools in Estonia. So that is my objective. Thank you very much for your attention.
Aitäh! Suur tänu, tõesti, tänuväärne töö. Ja ma mäletan, kui mina tulin Integratsiooni Sihtasutusse tööle ja oli nõukogu ja mind kutsuti sinna nõukokku ja ma mõtlesin, issand jumal, mis ma seal räägin, ja siis minu käest küsitakse, et mis on sinu eesmärk nagu selles organisatsioonis, ja siis ma mõtlesin, et seda ei oleks vaja. Nii et väga arusaadav mõte. Aga elu meile valmistab ette igasuguseid üllatusi ja väljakutseid pakub. Ja sa mainisid seda, et eesmärk on see, et see projekt, see kool lõpetab oma eksistentsi siis, kui sõja lõpeb ja need lapsed lähevad tagasi. Mina rääkisin ühe emaga, kellel on 10 või 13-aastane laps praegu ja ma küsisin tema käest, et kas nad plaanivad minna tagasi siis, kui see sõda on läbi.
And asked whether they are planning to go back when the war is over. And the mother said, I'd like to go back, but my son does not want to go back anymore. And now the question is, the war doesn't have a deadline, just like your employment contract. And we don't know what we need to do, but our task is to help these children to move on, to find their path. So are we preparing them for moving on to Estonian schools? Actually, there are no ready answers yet. Of course, every school tries to do their best. And the fact that we try to keep their Ukrainian language alive in order to make it easier for them to go back. But at the same time, we also prepare them for staying in Estonia if they decide so. But as I said, the primary goal is that the war should end and those who want can go back home. And I have a story to tell. This spring, when we were searching for teachers to employ them, and a teacher came, and I apologized and said that, sorry, I can sign the contract with you only for 2 months. And that teacher, Ukrainian teacher, said, what happens if the war is over and I go back? I said, wow, this is what we'd like to see. This is good. So don't be worried that you breach the contract when you want to go back home earlier. And, well, in August, we had to renew their contracts. And then the same teacher said that I wanted to go back, but as a matter of fact, there is nowhere to go back anymore. And more often, I meet people and also children who don't have a place to go back to. And as I said, our task is to prepare them for both options, going back, knowing their language, or staying here, knowing the language. Well, with that, we have finished the presentations of this panel.
Venla and Laura also for the panel discussion. So please take seats here. Once again. So if I understood correctly, we will have a discussion in English, but Natalia will still answer in Estonian, so I hope it will be not too much confusion. It's my job to stick and understand everybody and everything, so I hope I will manage with that. Well, it was very emotional presentation, and it's a very emotional subject for everybody here in Estonia, and I believe for those kids and parents and so on. But it seems for me that this kind of ethnical segregation in school, in some places, it's not so exceptional, and it's working also in some cases. I mean, if we see it, we look in Finland, then actually there is a different school network for Swedish speakers. So, Venla, the question is for you. Could you please show or describe it? How does it this reflect on segregation and integration of students with immigrant background, this different network, I mean the Swedish schools in Finland? Is it so that they are in worse conditions?
Well, I think the background for the Swedish school network as opposed to the Russian school network in Estonia, they are extremely different, because the kind of historical pathways to the Swedish school network in Finland are very different. The Swedish-speaking part of the population used to be the old kind of civil servant upper class of the Finnish nation when Finland was part of Sweden, and that tradition and kind of economic and cultural privilege has sort of persisted, so that in many ways the Swedish speakers are absolutely not in any kind of worse societal position. So there is no, like you saw the huge difference between the Estonian and the Russian speakers in the Estonian society. None of that is existent between the Finnish and Swedish speaking groups. If anything, the Swedish speakers might live slightly longer and happier in Finland. So there is not kind of disadvantage connected, which makes the segregation between the systems very different in essence. But still, I think it's interesting that we do see, even within that kind of systemic segregation where the other group is not disadvantaged, we actually see that the Swedish-speaking children are performing slightly less, worse in school than expected, which I do think is partly connected, and according to research, is partly connected to this separation. But when it comes to immigration and integration, then in the schools networks, that is also kind of fairly different in the sense that the vast majority of immigrants coming to Finland want to be integrated in Finnish rather than in Swedish, because the Swedish speakers are quite a small minority in Finland, and people might think that it profits them more to learn Finnish, so they go to the Finnish side, and the end effect is that the Swedish school network is extremely Swedish speaking and kind of mono-ethnic in that sense, whereas the kind of immigration issues concern then the Finnish-speaking school network. But I also find that the kind of attempts to integrate the Russian and the Estonian school networks quite interesting also from the Finnish perspective.
But about this Swedish schools, they prefer to stay separate. They want to be separate.
Yes, it is also part of that historic path dependency, that there is a very strong will to preserve the Swedish-speaking minority in Finland, because they have been kind of shrinking in numbers. There has been a lot of integration into the kind of Finnish society. So it is rather a very strong will and kind of defense on that part. And I'm also teaching at the University of Helsinki, primarily in Swedish. So kind of as also an attempt to keep the Swedish-speaking kind of educational system alive, but that is sort of very strongly defended by the Swedish-speaking community, that language could also be a viable academic language within the Finnish system. So this is a very different case from the sort of Russian school network.
Okay, thank you. Just a little remark. So if there are any questions in the audience, so please show your hand and speak up or write here so I can read your question. And for the panelists, if you might have questions to each other, you're also welcome to ask those questions. But if I understood correctly now, that the reason why this Swedish school have kind of vital rights to exist separately is because there is no disadvantage. But how is it? Maybe Laura, you would tell us about this need to integrate Russian schools and Russian kids with Estonians. Why is it important to take that path? Maybe it's a good example how the school can be still separated and be quite kind of successful.
I think the fact is that the achievement levels are very much related to the socioeconomic status of this group. And in case of Finland, the Swedish ethnic group is rather homogeneous and at the highest socioeconomic level. So these people don't have any problems with integrating later in society and, advancing also in life, at higher positions or in, being economically well off. That's the problem. Especially when you look at the data, we see that, a child's destiny is basically, decided at the moment when the school choice is made. But when I was listening to Hanno and Venla, you were both trying to also kind of touch on the issues of the school choice and the white flight. And so you mentioned like working with school reputation, which is kind of touching what you also mentioned, that we should kind of try to address the reasons of white flight. Even though we put the schools together, the more well-off families trying to escape these schools. So I was just wondering, do you have any examples where these reputation issues have been tried to be addressed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe I could provide. Well, I don't know if it's really about the reputation, but it actually goes back again to the extent to which schools are formally stratified, really putting a formal label on the schools. This is a high-quality school since it's an upper secondary school in Germany, a gymnasium, right? And where in our work, where we observed those different regions with different levels of formal stratification, we saw that especially in those areas where we had this classical, formally strongly stratified system, three-tiered system, parents were not worried so much about the characteristics of a school because they knew it's an upper secondary school.
Okay.
As long as that's the case, right, other things don't matter as much because the system takes care of our preferences, so to say, right? And in contrast, in other regions where this is less, or where this was less strongly the case, where this formal stratification did not take place as much, reputation, but also composition, demographic composition of any kind, socioeconomic, ethnic, whatever the signal, the marker may be that parents have in mind, whatever the information is they have. This may be a locally specific thing even.
Also a legend kind of thing sometimes.
Exactly. A myth, yeah. This has a bigger impact then. Yeah, so it's sort of a trade-off there, and both things lead to similar undesirable outcomes. Yeah, it's sort of a movement in between, are we going for these less formalized or these more formalized ways? But I think, yeah, I don't want to be too pessimistic. There are ways to improve on that and to make use of that. But we have to be aware, I think, that these things go together.
And adding maybe to that from the Finnish perspective, I think Finland is quite a juicy case for looking at reputations because the system is not stratified in itself. The schools are very homogeneous in their institutional qualities, but still the reputational differences are rather large. And we actually just carried out a big study on that as well, published 2 years ago. And it seems that it's very strongly tied in the Finnish case to segregation. And what parents do not also understand, they are very interested in educational outcomes, but they confuse between the academic quality of the school and just the socioeconomic structure of the school, so the student's background. And of course, then this gets mixed up when you look only at educational outcomes. They're more the product of student stratification and kind of selection between schools rather than the academic qualities. There have been some successful kind of examples also then of trying to turn this reputation around. And some of the best examples maybe from the Finnish case would be some that have been using placemaking kind of tools, really creating an kind of identity for the school and the community, and also combining different functions. But sometimes I'm not sure if it's not perhaps always also entirely positive, but sometimes very much removing the school kind of reputation from the neighborhood, which might be quite stigmatized. So kind of also attempting to kind of create a separate identity for the school. I'm not entirely sure if that's always wise, but that has sometimes worked to kind of attract.
I think one aspect that I see emerging in Estonia is that some of the schools try to balance the academic achievement aspect with a kind of story or the kind of narrative that, academic in the globalized world where the knowledge is changing constantly, it's not so important anymore what the academic content of the learning is rather they're trying to focus and kind of profile themselves through the aspect that try to focus on the learning skills and the self-regulation skills. So they really like try to equip the students with kind of competencies to be able to manage in the world. And I see this kind of trend kind of emerging in some of the schools. And I think this is a kind of a nice angle also for kind of this kind of image making and promoting to different kind of parents. And this would also work for, you know, upper level families.
I really like this kind of conversations when I don't have to say at all anything. So maybe the next subject I would like to pick up now will also be kind of, I would also hear from each of you, from your perspective, how do you see that? Let's talk about parents, because Hanno, in your presentation, you also said that even if we kind of try to make some effort, institutional effort, so we create mixed schools, then parents would vote with their legs. They just take their kids and put them into the other schools. So, as you know, that we have this situation in Estonia that we have really separated schools, Estonian language schools and Russian language school, even though they have a similar curriculum, actually all the school culture and so on quite different. And now we are standing and waiting that we're having our educational reform. So we are expecting that all the studies will be going on in future in Estonian. So, but all the parents are scared. Russian parents are scared that their children would lose their identities. Estonian parents are scared because there will be too much Russians. I mean, that then they will still speak in Russian and there will be no any more Estonian school and it will not be any more Estonian kind of cultural environment and so on. That what shall we say to those parents who are afraid of this kind of desegregated mixed schools? What is the good points what we can find in this kind of approach that to mix people and to mix kids, and what are the advantages of those schools? I would really much like to answer each of you this question. Thank you. Hanno, let's start with you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess that's a hard one. So I guess I should, take the stance of what do we know from research on it. So I would have to think about, and I guess one general argument that can be made that is also pretty much based on much research that has been done in terms of the relations people have, the networks that they form, and the added value, so to say, that they get out of it, is that there are two types of added values from networks. There's bonding capital and there's bridging capital. Both are, theoretically speaking, different types of social capital, things you get from your everyday encounters. And of course, this sounds very academically, because why do we really have to benefit? Why can't we just enjoy? But taking this stance now, it is, of course, the large or the large gain that is to be expected is on the bridging capital side. The bonding capital side, that is capital due to very dense networks of people who are similar, with similar norms and similar ideas, and this helps. We can all relate to that, I guess. If we are similar in a neighborhood, for example, parents share similar values, then you may not even be forced to stay at the playground because other parents are there as well, right? Norm enforcement is just simpler because you share norms. That's bonding capital. Bridging capital, however, has an added value as well. Here, norms may be different, but information, ideas, stances towards the world, they differ a lot, and they add something. They give you a greater and maybe a more encompassing view on the things that surround you. So in terms of innovation, if you speak to corporations, businesses, they are all about bridging capital, because they are about innovation. And those are the things that could maybe be stressed if we think about what is there to be gained. Yeah.
Thank you. Venla?
To add another concept to this discussion, there's been a lot of research done in urban geography about neighborhood effects. And by neighborhood effects, we mean the kind of independent effects that social composition of neighborhood can exert on an individual. So basically, does it matter where a certain family lives? Will the life course of the kid look different based on with whom they live? And of course, the most important group to what you referred to is the middle class parents, the ones who can afford to choose, that they can pick up their stuff and leave if they don't like it. And the neighborhood effect research quite clearly demonstrates with very sort of large data sets that the middle class is not hurt by mixing, that their kids do not usually suffer. Their educational outcomes do not get lower by a sort of a mixed group, which is usually what the parents are worried about. So maybe one positive message is that what we can actually see also from the large OECD educational data sets is that it's actually the kids who have a vulnerable background, who have disadvantage in their own families, who are kind of lifted by these positive examples that they see around them. They're kind of lifted up by the networks, but the middle class doesn't fall. So maybe that would be a kind of a safe message for parents, that it's something that actually increases cohesion and safety in the society, and it gives everyone a chance without really posing a threat in a way.
Yes, Laura.
And I think Margarita, you made the assumption that all of the families going to execute choice, but we know from research that there are only certain types of families who want to choose or decide on the choice of schools, and those are generally the socioeconomically well-off. So we can only assume that there's a certain group of parents who think through their choices of the children, who weigh or value the opportunities and value from the Russian school, who's now going to be turned into an Estonian medium school, and then the purely Estonian medium school, and what would be better. But it's only a certain group of parents, and we don't really know how it works out, because Estonian schools are also, there is not so much room everywhere. They can only, additionally take up maybe a few students in the central area of Tallinn. They're already huge demand, and they choose the students. So I think it's quite unexpected what's going to happen. And I think the discussion with the reform must still, there could be maybe some changes in the parliament. We don't know, the discussion just began. But we haven't forecasted any of the impacts, I think, in terms of the school choice.
Jah, siin juba Laura rääkis ära Eesti ja Vene koolid ja kuidas on võimalused, et ma tegelikult
Yes, Laura mentioned already what is the situation with Estonian schools here, but Margarita, when you say that we have one curriculum for both schools, but we have Russian schools separately and Estonian schools separately, and now with this half year's experience, I dare to say that there are more similarities between these schools than differences, looking at Estonian schools or Russian schools here, because I have been working in Pae Gymnasium, which is a Russian-speaking school initially. Now it's actually more like a bilingual school. But now I have this experience from the Ukrainian school. And again, it supports the same thing. Inside the school, the differences are smaller than the similarities. And I also mentioned it in my presentation, that there are pros and cons, but most certainly for children. Children benefit more from learning together in mixed schools. And again, based on this half year's experience that I have, as a matter of fact, in Estonia, we have not created enough possibilities for Russian children to go into Estonian schools. We have opposed, or let's say not opposed, but we haven't made it favorable or easy for them to start studying in Estonian schools. So Russian children in Estonian schools, that's still a very rare phenomenon, and that's my experience.
Well, thank you. I believe that it's it's the same thing what Juhano said about this bonding and bridging capital, because it's much more easier actually to stick in this really comfortable area where you know how everybody kind of act and react and so on. But let's talk about maybe some other subject what was also mentioned by both of you regarding this housing policies. If we see, well, okay, maybe I'm a little bit selfish and I'm talking about Estonia mostly, but I'm really interested in that mostly. Well, as you know, in Estonia, there is a region, Ida-Virumaa, in the eastern part, where is kind of the Russian speakers are really concentrated, and there is really highly concentrated. 95% of locals are Russian speakers. And if we are, for example, thinking about the practices what you have in Helsinki, for example, about these housing policies and kind of intentional relocating people with different ethnic backgrounds to different parts of Helsinki. But what would be your, as scientists maybe, or practitioners in a way, ideas or what kind of advice you would give to Estonia, that what shall we do about that? We cannot relocate 95% of population from one quite big area in the eastern part. And is there how to deal with that? And actually we have in Tallinn quite a similar situation in a way that we have different regions, and Lasnamäe is really segregated, and actually during last 20 years the segregation was even deepening. So what shall we do about it? And one more thing, that we are really considering the economics and market playing the kind of key role in that kind of housing choices, that we cannot make anyone to buy an apartment in some area which he or she wouldn't like to, and so on. So how to address this problem if we think about Estonia, that we have really segregated areas, and how to mix them, because it's a challenge, even for, if we're talking about school and school segregation, that of course there is segregation in schools in Ida-Virumaa, because there is no one to mix with. There's only Russian-speaking children. Please, your ideas. And again, I please ask that each one of you answer to that question. Let's start this time from Natalia.
Ja kõige targem inimene.
Well, I'm not sure whether I'm the wisest to answer, but what to do? Well, you cannot force it. People live where they can, where the best opportunities for them are. And it is good that people actually want to live in the Ida-Viru county, that not everyone has left and come to live in Tallinn. Estonia is a small country. For each region we have different solutions. And let people in Ida-Virumaa live there, let them learn Estonian, let them study Estonian and study in the Estonian language. So I don't want to stress the problem that we are so different. It's just the way it is. It's a normality that it is a part of Estonia and things are the way they are. The people who live there, they can speak Estonian and they actually can. They know the language. So we need to redirect our communication. Laura?
It's difficult to comment, but based on what I know in this aspect is that Estonia really doesn't have a housing policy, or our housing policy is that housing is privately owned and the market regulates it. It's just, we have elections coming and maybe it's an issue for the political parties to pick up and address, like if we need a change in housing policy, to trying to kind of direct what's going on in these aspects, especially in Ida-Virumaa, where we have a lot of actually funds coming in from the EU to kind of reinvent and regenerate the whole region. So I would leave that to the politicians.
Well, actually, I totally agree that we are not kind of, until now, we didn't pay maybe too much attention to that subject. So maybe our colleagues from Germany and Finland could give us some advices.
Well, as very well already said, of course, there's no single silver bullet for this type of problem anywhere. It's always very context specific, and I wouldn't dare to try to solve Estonia in one go. But maybe as a reflection also to the previous commentaries, when we talk about local disadvantage and segregation, we very often tend to partly look in the wrong direction. We start talking about the concentrations of poverty or the very ethnically segregated neighborhoods where the real estate prices are very low. So but these are the places which are just the final end result of the dynamic that encompasses the whole city region or the whole country, that it's the middle class and the wealthy who are the drivers of the segregation. And these concentrations of disadvantage or poverty are formed where the people who can't choose then end up going because nobody else wants to go there. And I think from that dynamic, there's also the kind of concentrations elite which are out of reach for the people with less means. So maybe in reflection to Estonian new housing policies, that there are two parts that can be identified also from international literature. And one is the need to open the more expensive areas for people with less means. And that means kind of mixing also social housing into the sort of more expensive neighborhoods. And then the other one is creating incentives for the middle class to go to those neighborhoods which have been like less popular for different reasons, or at least try to get a mix there as well. But and of course, one thing is to really create attractive schools and to finance schools like very heavily, maybe even weight the school funding to create attractive neighborhoods. But I think it all comes down to voluntarity and kind of creating incentives and building trust to different neighborhoods.
Thank you. Hanno?
Yeah, that addressed it quite nicely. I also had in mind the concept of creating incentives. And I'm really not the expert on that because I'm a sociologist. I'm neither an urban geographer nor an economist. But I think what we mainly talked about were rather spatial disparities at more local levels. And the more regional or even countrywide this gets, the different perspectives we have to take. It's not like a local solution doesn't work for a larger, geographically larger problem. I think that's the issue here. And first step is to become aware of that, and then maybe also to set the aims accordingly. So I think there are ways to address spatial inequalities at the local level at a faster pace than spatial inequalities at a larger scale, because these are actually also, well, economic processes that take place within a country, within an economy, where incentives have to be there for people to move from one place to the other. If it's only about me moving from one neighborhood to the other, or my child attending a school a little bit further away, then we've got a different time frame and time perspective. And I think that's at least what my work has been focusing on. And for the larger scale, I think it also needs a little more time.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid that our questions and answers time is running out, and but I would still ask you just for a while, stay on the stage, because I have a little surprise.
Don't have to sing.
No, no, you don't have to sing. But enne kui me liigume,
before we move away from the stage and before we move on with our program, I would like to invite those who will announce the surprise. Members of the Ene Hiion Foundation, Katrin Laas-Mikko, Greta Silberkärg and Külli Volmer, please come to the stage. Thank you to the organizers for being able to arrange this surprise here right now. We're from the Ene Hiion Foundation.
Meie hulgast nüüdseks juba lahkunud Ene Hiion oli Eestis tuntud ajakirjanik ja
Ene Hiion was a journalist, writer. She passed away last year. And the aim of the foundation is to recognize annually a person or an association in Estonia who has contributed to achieving a well-balanced society.
Anname seda stipendiumit välja juba 17. korda.
This is the 17th scholarship that is awarded. Last year it was awarded to storyteller Piret Päär, and 2020 it was awarded to Dr. Arkadi Popov. This foundation is run by the NGO Civil Training Center. It was founded by Ene Hiion. So for 20 years, our Civil Training Center has been organizing training to people about cohesion in our society, not just in Estonia, but also in countries like Georgia and Azerbaijan. The foundation has been funded by our Finnish-Swedish organization Svenska Kvinnoförbundet, and part of the funding has also come from voluntary contributions. So that is where we get our funds from. Why are we here today?
Meie tänavuse aasta kangelane istub siin saalis. Ja ta ei tea.
The hero of our this year's scholarship is sitting here on stage. We've actually kept it a secret. You know her. You have seen her and heard her. And the person who presented her for this scholarship has described her in the way. I believe that she carries ethic values in our society, and as she supports balanced actions and activities. Her work shows the strong foundation of her civic work. She is a trainer of teachers and head teachers. She has been a visionary, a partner. She has seen and noticed things. She cares about people. And her presentations at conferences are always welcomed. She's an engine in language immersion in Estonian schools and kindergartens. And we know her as the founder of the Estonian Ukrainian School. Ladies and gentlemen, Natalia Mjalitsina.
Tahad sa kaks sõna veel öelda ka? Pildi peal.
Kus me läheme?
Tahad sa kaks sõna öelda?
No, teeme pildi. Oi, issand, oota, kuidas me veedame seda?
Let us take a photograph, please.
Nii.
Palju õnne.
Aitäh.
Congratulations. I'm totally speechless. Normally I'm not. And I'm also a bit emotional. It's nice to be noticed. And it's been a difficult time for all of us. So, you know, we've lately separated people into frontline workers. I have always, either during COVID and now, considered teachers as frontline workers. I'm very grateful that my work has been noted. The last 6 months have been difficult. And as I said, fear doesn't have any place. Because if you start thinking about it, then what's happening now will happen. Thank you very much for writing this comment about me. I didn't actually recognize that I was the one being talked about. As you noticed, I also tell Storied, and the Russian daily paper Postimees, they also wrote about me, and I sent a quote about myself to my sisters and asked them, do you know that they're writing about me? I would really like to thank you. Thank you to those with whom we have cooperated, who have supported us, helped us, pushed us to do this, because I'm actually a lazy person, but other people keep pushing me. Thank you very much.
Really touching moment, and thank you very much, Natalia, and thank you very much, all of our panelists. And now, one big applause for all of our panelists. And the panel is finished.
Thank you for the panel, and congratulations to our scholarship winner. And thank you, Margarita Gallo, for hosting this panel. We have a 30-minute break, and we'll be back at 4 o'clock for our last presentation. See you back here at 4 o'clock.
ja tere tulemast tagasi.
Welcome back after our coffee break. This is our last presentation of the conference day. I'm very pleased to invite the following speaker. I hope I can also see you. There you are. So our last presenter is from Greece, and she is then from the Center for Security Studies, Artemisia Nikolaidou. And she's going to introduce a project which is aimed at third country nationals on the reception and integration services, the Welcome Project.
The floor is yours, or the chair is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Artemisia Nikolaidou, representing the Center for Security Studies, or ELSKEMEA, on behalf of the Ministry of the Citizen Protection of Greece. I would like to thank the organizers for the very nice hospitality and the invitation to participate in today's and tomorrow's conference. So today I'm going to present you one of KEMEA's funded and very well-known projects with the distinctive title Welcome. Welcome, as you can see, is a multiple intelligent conversation agent services for reception, management, and integration of third country nationals in the European Union, later mentioned many times as TCNs. Welcome has as a main goal to facilitate and assist on the reception and integration of third country nationals, so for them to have an easy and personalized technology solutions for their integration in the hosting countries. The EU-funded project Welcome, under the auspices of Horizon 2020, is a project which develops immersive and intelligent services with embodied intelligent agent, acting as a dedicated personal assistant of the third country national. While in this specific case, it is gathering information to support the third country nationals and the decisions of the host authorities of the host countries. On the objectives of the project as a On the objectives of the project, of course, as an EU-funded project, as a research project, the objectives are many and vary. So, of course, we have the co-design of technologies for TCN reception, integration and inclusion as well. We have the development of, let's say, service coordination and dialogue management. This is a very specific part of the general technical solution of the Welcome project. I will be later explaining more on this part. We have the development of multilingual language technologies, which, of course, it's one of the biggest assets of the project, as it provides inclusion for non-English speakers as well. We have the design of knowledge representation schemata and the development of knowledge acquisition, the realization of personalized data, and the interpretation technologies when it comes to the actual usage of the application, the provision of personalized decisions for authorities, and generally the whole objective of the project is aimed on the support of the local national authorities for integration. The The very valuable consortium of this project is divided into three sectors. We have the social one, the research one, and the industry one. This cooperation has allowed us, as part of the project, to successfully implement so far the produced solution for Welcome. Of course, on the social sector, we have our user partners who are now working as, let's say, the end users for the later local authorities who will be using the Welcome solution. The three countries that are presenting and using and testing the technology so far is Greece, Germany, and Spain. We have Praxis NGO from Greece for the integration of TCNs and responsible for the Greek version of the My Welcome app. We have the German Caritas Ham, responsible for the German version of My Welcome app, and of course DAIFE for the Spanish version. On the research sector, we have authorities, public and private authorities, research centers, RTOs from many countries. We have from Greece, Spain, and Czech Republic. KEMEA is part of the specific sector of the project, coordinating and researching regarding not only the beginning and the objectives of the project, but also assisting in the duration. And for the industry one, we have three different partners who are private companies assisting the consortium to the technical implementation, the successful technical implementation of the My Welcome app, the Welcome solution, with the creation of the VRs, the actual implementation of the design scenarios from research and the social sector, as well as managing any upcoming issues and anything that has to do with testing and validation, basically. On the methodology, it's something very important for any EU-funded project, especially for Welcome. From the beginning of the project, we have 4 different layers leading us to the end of the project. At first, we have the co-design layer, which is basically to understand the needs not only of the TCNs when they're coming to the host country, but at the same time, the needs of the local authorities and anything that has to do with the integration and with the social and psychological aspect of the research. The second layer, we have the innovation one. The Welcome project is a very innovative project as it concludes not only the solution itself, which is a technical solution, but also since it's a very modern one, a little bit simplified to the meta solutions of the current years. The same applies for the technological layer as well, as we have the development, the reuse, and the integration of the secure of data management and the framework in general, the data acquisition, and the use of many technological assets throughout the different phases of the project. The last one, maybe the most important one, is the impact layer, which is not only to train and support, but also to disseminate and promote the good practices, such as the Welcome solution, in order for it to be used by and incorporated by other national authorities. On the core technologies, I promise I will not bore you too much with the technological assets. We have the agent planning and coordination of the services with, of course, the dialogue management. Since the Welcome app has personalized agents for dialogues, virtual agents, this is a very important aspect of the solution. Of course, we have the multilingual language technologies. As I mentioned before, the Welcome app provides the opportunity to be inclusive to non-English speakers. So for this case, we have the 3 user partners, as I said before, the NGOs from Greece, Germany, and Spain, who are actually using the languages of Greek for the Greek trial, and we have also the German one for the German trial and Spanish for the Spanish one. It is requested also to add additional languages in order to exceed and have, let's say, more inclusivity towards the solution. However, at this point, at this phase, where it's the execution and the pilot phase, we're still researching and testing the proposed scenarios and solutions. We have the 3 languages, as well as English as the foremost and first one. On the knowledge representation and acquisition interpretation, as I said before, this still has to do with the agent, is the semantic reasoning for human agent and agent-to-agent interaction. Anything that has to do with multilinguality and the agent responses is a very crucial part of the Welcome app. It's what also distincts the whole service as a product itself, let's say. On the core technologies, to give you a better idea how it's working, so we have at first the criteria of multi-platform. So this means that my Welcome app, the Welcome solution, will be available for personal computers, for applications, and for the virtual reality assets. This also introduces a new asset to the project, as it's very immersive and very innovative. The Welcome solution has also an educational background for the TCNs, as it is assisting them to learn about the host country, the local language, anything that has to do with integration, paperwork, legal paperwork, and even how to go to an interview and have a simulation itself. So as you can understand, one, it's very important to have the availability to have it in different platforms for accessibility reasons. And second, it's very important to have the language itself, so it can be easier for the TCN to actually have the knowledge background. This, of course, is combined to the virtual reality component, which makes everything more interactive and easier to comprehend. It's not an educational process that's difficult for someone to understand and participate. It's a very inclusive one, and many times it's been characterized as a fun one as well. On the core technologies, we have also the interaction through voice. As I mentioned in the previous slide, we have the agent-to-agent conversations, and this is a big asset for the product itself. The access to digital resources, and of course the multilingual, as mentioned before, assistance. Now, for the specific functionalities, I already gave a hint on it before. We have the fill-in forms, with what has to do with bureaucracy and paperwork, mainly for legal paperwork, the arrangement of appointments, the knowing rights and obligation of a TCN entering a new host country, what are the qualifications, what is needed on their behalf and on the behalf of the government. Anything that has to do with legal advice and proposals for new new additions, etc. Learning languages in a 3D environment, and of course determining, let's say, the data analysis for official organizations. On the TCN reception and orientation, we have 3 different criteria. Of course, we have the reception registration of third country nationals, so to acquire the relevant personal information, and of course, to help them integrate better. We have the orientation to provide to the TCNs country-specific information. So it's not a general asset. It's mainly an asset that's personalized to the needs of its country and its local authority. We have the support of the administrative procedures, and this is what I mentioned before regarding the asylum seeking, the asylum applications, registrations, anything that has to do with residencies, appointments, solicitation, and all the aforementioned services. The 3 use cases in this case are provided with targeted decisions, and everything is contributing to provide the final solution to the local authorities. On the TCN integration, we have the immersive language teaching, which targets mainly the improvement of the conversation skills, the everyday skills of the TCN. The language competence of the TCN in real life is something very crucial for their integration. So it is determined and by the language courses provided by the application to help them adapt in the EU member country. Also, we have the support of the immersive social inclusion. So the Welcome app, apart from the educational background and the educational activities that it provides, it has also many, let's say, activities that have to do with getting to know actually the country as a citizen. So, of course, we have information on the schooling system, on the health services, public holidays, and anything that has to do with everyday information needed for a citizen of a country. This is the front face of the My Welcome application. At this point, we have successfully finished with a second pilot and the evaluation of the results of the pilot. So here you can see the mobile version of the My Welcome app, the credentials, and on your right, you can see the provided agent. Of course, the interface provides the opportunity to actually change and, let's say, opt for an agent that the TCN might feel more comfortable with. This is some, let's say, images from the VR component. So in this case, on your right, you can see the geography game. We have multiple geography games. So for the TCN to actually understand not only the location of the place, but also the different countries around. It's a very fun game. It's part of the VR component. And on your left, maybe the most, let's say, valuable asset as a scenario so far is the VR simulation, where the TCN can actually have a simulation of an interview with the agents. You can see here there's a bubble with the conversation to help them prepare for a real-life interview. Which is very important, not only for their integration, but also for trying to have a better quality of life and opportunities in general in the host country. Some other insiders from the VR component. Here on your left, you can see the component for the language learning, the, let's say, casual phrases and normal conversations that someone would have in their everyday lives. And on your right, you can see a TCN wandering and exploring the VR environment. Now, on the TCN living in the host country, we have provided immersive job interview coaching and, of course, civic creation. There's a scenario helping them to create a curriculum vitae to support and increase the chances of the TCNs in the labor market. It's not, of course, oriented only in this specific topic, but as you can understand, it's one of the most valuable scenarios developed so far. And also offer a flatmate matching service for the TCNs to find accommodation and improve their quality of life. On the impact, Welcome will achieve significant impacts in many number of areas, including, of course, the quality of their lives, the protection of vulnerable groups in our societies, the efficiency of public authorities when it has to do with timing, and generally the management of the TCN receptions. And of course, the solutions for intelligent conversational personal assistance. Of course, we have developed some other assets as well, part of the Welcome project. It's the support of the involved personnel in this process. At this point, it's an asset tested by employees and professionals from the user partners. In this case, we have the support of the personnel, now in NGOs, later in authorities and teaching staff, with respect to the assessment, of course, and the correlation of the personal data of each TCN. So the visual analytics module, the VAC component, as we say it, provides a data correlation and visualization of the administrative TCN data, helping the personnel to actually have everything gathered in an efficient way. And it's a very easy, let's say, component for the professionals, as it's helping them storage valuable information while keeping up with all the respect to the personal data of the TCNs. This is a screenshot of the VAC component and the different categories that a professional can find so to insert all the valuable information and actually keep up with the track of the integration of the TCN. Now for the timeline of the pilots, as mentioned before, of course we have the operational prototype that started in 2020. The second prototype has finished a couple of months ago, and now we're on our way for the third prototype. Since July 22, we have already started the initial steps of the aforementioned methodology on the co-design to understand and implement all the proposed changes on behalf of the TCNs on the evaluation process. The product is expected to be finalized for the third prototype on February 2023. And of course, with the end of the third pilot and of course the end of the project, the upcoming April, we expect to have a market exploitation in the next 2 years. And of course, the upcoming Open End User Days. The Open Day will take place on January in 2023 in Spain, and the User Days will take place in the 3 host countries, the countries of the user partners, for the promotion and, let's say, the dissemination of not only the project, of course, but the Welcome solution, and, let's say, getting to know better new technologies that will help on the integration of TCNs in the EU member states. I will be very glad to hear any questions, and of course, you can always send us an email to the project. Again, thank you very much for your time, and thank you to all the organizers for the beautiful conference. It's been an honor to participate. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Does anybody has a question right now from the audience? If not, then I have a question here.
Yes, please.
That came to the website. How much time did it take to develop such virtual realities, and how many people need to be involved there?
To be honest, it's a multi-year process. As I mentioned before, we have three pilot sessions. for the development of this product. So the specific product has some scenarios. It's time that the pilot is under development. So each scenario is what I mentioned before, for example, with the interview simulation or the testing or the, language course or the geography game. So in each pilot, as I mentioned before, the timeline that you saw in the presentation, in each pilot we are testing a scenario. And after the testing, we have, of course, the last, let's say, test from the user partners, and then TCNs that are working with or are beneficiaries of the user partners are coming to the infrastructures of each user partner and test the product. Then the evaluation process follows, and we do the validation and all the process of the data provided from each pilot. So from the first pilot, we got feedback, and it was very valuable to use it for the second one. And from the second one, this will apply to the third one, which will be the final. So the project is now finished in April 2023, and hopefully in this almost 30-month process, we will be able to have a very good product developed. Of course, there are many partners in the consortium, many universities, many research centers who have been not only assisting, but also actually implementing and executing all the needed work.
Yeah, okay, Artemisia, thank you very much for your presentation and your talk, and let's hope that this welcome will be something.
Of course, thank you very
much.
much.
Thank you very much once more. Thank you. Ja selle viimase vestlusega siin laval on mul nüüd
With this last presentation on the stage, I have the honor to draw conclusions from today's day, but also introduce the tomorrow program. I would actually give you two paradoxes which in a way characterize this seminar of ours and our time, and that was something that came out from the presentations. So a key word that was repeated is contact. Contacts with the environment around us, and we live in the time of contacts, and despite all that technology that is surrounding us, the real-life contact is the most important thing still. And that's a paradox which is characterizing our time. And another thing that is about the social geography. We know that for about 10 years, the majority of people have moved to towns. They live in urban areas. But the paradox is that hasn't brought us closer to each other, but it's the opposite. We are far apart from each other than before. And these two paradoxes are perhaps good to think about, and that's what we are going to continue with tomorrow. And then this morning, if you remember, I said that we are also going to make a small gallop, and here are the results of the gallop. Yes, you can see them also on the stage, on the screen. The question asked, how many friends of other ethnicity do you have? And the options were more than 5. And you see 56% of the people who answered, they say that they have more than 5 friends. And then comes 2 to 5, and 9% said none. And 1 to 2 friends, 6%. So it's very progressive composition of our auditorium. Thank you for participating in the gallop. But now Now, I'd also like to ask you kindly to participate in the reception, which is held in the Energy Development Center. And if you want to know which is the easiest way to get there, these buildings are actually connected, the Cultural Hub and the Energy Discovery Center, and we have many assistants, volunteers who are going to direct you to the right place. And these people who have helped us to carry out this conference, many people have contacted me already and asked me to thank the background people for what they are doing, including also the people who are sitting in those glass boxes, the interpreters. Thank you.
Aitäh, aitäh, see on imeline töö. Suur tänu.
Thank you very much. It's good work. And there is nothing much to add, just to close the conference today, and we meet again tomorrow.
Hetkel ei kuule. Hetkel ei kuule. Nii. Olen teises ruumis.
Oled või?
Nii.
Kuuled mind või? Yeah.
Ei kuule.
Miks sa mind ei kuule? Ta ei kuule. Ta mind ei kuule. Miks? Vaata kas. Hei. Kas tule?
Ei kuule.
Hei.
Nüüd kuulen.
No, Sheffield toimib kõik.
Kuulen, aga nüüd tahaks näha, et kui ma vaatan teid, kas sünk on ka okei, keebas mikriga minema kaamera ette rääkima. Täpselt, et nüüd ma näen, et kas te olete ka süngis minu, nagu, kas kõne on süngis.
Aga ma siis ei kuule ju.
Karl kuuleb. Ja mina kuulen väga hästi.
Ma kuulen seda, aga ma lähen siis, kus ma lähen? Siia või selle juurde või?
Mööda läks.
Noh. 1, 2 ja. Hei.
Vale kaamera.
1, 2. 1, 2. Ja. Hei.
Nii ma ei näe.
Tsah. Šallala. Mamm. Pa. Jau.
Mine lavale rääkima, ütle Rennele.
Mis seis on? Hei. Pa. Vaata kuula klappides, mis see Sigrid seal räägib või keegi või?
Liiga pime on, ma ei näe teid. Ei näe teid.
Ma näitan ise. No nii, 1, 2, 3. No nii. Ja, pa.
Ja, süngis on. Hästi on. Ja. Ja. Ma arvan küll. Ja, kella näen keskel ilusti suurelt. Ja. Ciao.
Hello? Oh, hi. I can hear you very clearly. Hi, Carl. Nice to hear you. Oh, oh yes. Oh gosh, that's frightening. Wow, gosh. Okay. Nobody can hear me right now, can they? It's not echoing in the big chamber. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That's great. I'm very happy with that. So basically, just a few things. Well, the first thing to say up front, I've been rehearsing my slides. I spotted a couple of typos. Could I possibly send through a refreshed set before tomorrow? Is there time for that, or is it too late? It, it it's just me being perfectionist, but there are a few tweaks I yeah, I cut and pasted a few things. Yeah, I when I was arranging it, I revised my slides and I cut and paste and I'd left some of the bits that I'd meant to cut where they were. So there's repetitions and little. It's just little details, but it'd be nice to polish it a little bit. So I, uh, yes, I can. I was just going through it. I think it's basically ready. I can just. Let me just it was only yeah. I mean, I can. Yeah, I can basically send it to you in the next sort of 10 minutes after this. It's fine. Yeah, there's just a couple of, yeah, if that's okay. Yeah. Um, I think it's basically no, it's basically fine now. Actually, I'll send it now. I'll send it now. It's fine. Yeah. 2 seconds. Let me just send it now. Do I send it to you, Carl, or am I sending it to? Um, right. So how do I spell Reiner? As in how do I? Oh, hang on a sec. Let me. Oh, that's. Is it there? Um, no, I can see a EU. Oh yes, I can see Hey. I've seen Hey. Oh, I got it. Mm. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So it's Eventech at. Okay, I've got you. Yeah. Okay. Right. That's okay. Reiner at. Fine. Okay. Revised slides. I'll just say. Sorry for that. It's yeah, it's all been a bit hectic. I honestly must say to you, I really wish I was there. I was so keen on the idea of coming, but both term time commitments and if I'm very honest, a certain conscience about carbon use. I thought I thought I would, yeah, but it's with some remorse, some sadness. Okay, let me just final so you can see the different one from I'd sent before. So you know it's a different set, and it's basically the set. It's just, as I say, I just wanted to get rid of some of the repetitions. Right, downloads, Gale Italian presentation final, attaches copy. It's just attaching now, and there we go. It's yeah. Oh wow. I see. Okay. Ooh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. So, gosh, this is well beyond my technical capabilities, I must say. Um, um, I thought I would be sort of okay. This is I need to use this actually in terms of clicking between slides as I go along. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I I am in awe. I am. I feel like I've entered a new world of gosh. Yeah. Well, of course. I'm just checking through, so it's looking. It was just a few things. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's go back. That was one I changed. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Okay. Now, how do I get my? I can minimize the chat function. If I can move, what would be good would be able to because my I can see myself, which um, but it'd be good to minimize. Oh, that's fine. I can put it in the bottom corner. Okay. Just so it's not, oh no, hang on. It's how can I minimize me? That's fine. Right. I can move it about though. And that's fine. That's okay. I think that should be, let me just to do a quick click through. Pretty sure if I'm generally on the right hand side bottom, I'm not obscuring any of the text too much. I can, and if I do need to move it, I can. I've got this little hand grabber, so I can. That's fine. No, that's looking good. I think that's going to be fine. Yeah. Um, okay. Yeah. Um. Wow. So how's the? Yeah. A timer. I was going. 15 minutes. Right. It's short, isn't it? Okay. That's the only thing I'm worried. Why the only residual thing I'm worried about is timing. Is making sure that I can keep to time. But I mean, so would it just stop? Do I just get sort of ghosted if I'll make sure it fits 15 minutes. It just means that some of the slides I'll need to be aware of not not being too yeah yeah that's fine. That's fine. So that's fine. Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, because obviously the other thing I'm conscious of is language. So I'm presuming. I mean, I know no Estonian or Russian, and I apologize for that. So that's the problem, not anyone's English. But is there simultaneous translation, or do I need to speak, slowly for the audience? Okay. Okay. Fine. Yeah. Okay. 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 That's fine. Okay. That's fine. That's all fine, actually. I mean, a lot of the slides I can talk. I'll be talking round them rather than slavishly reading them all, because that's, and that will help with pace. And presumably, if anyone wants to ask a question about more of the detail on the slides, we can go back, I guess, in plenary or so. I can keep. In short, I'll make sure I keep to 15 minutes. Yeah. Okay. That's Yeah, I'll actually be in a different room, but that's a good point. Yeah, although I can. As it will be tomorrow. Okay. I think I can probably do it from here then. The only thing is I'm at home, you see, I'm working from home. So my wife is also working from home in a room upstairs, and we sort of agreed that I would have that. She normally works there and I work. Sorry for all the detail. Oh yes, the same house. Yeah, it's just a different room. It's a, no, it's a different room in the house, and we've just got installed a very new, very fast Wi-Fi. I've also got a booster which I can use. The only issue is about the lighting, but I've got desk, angle poise lighting that I can use to improve that, so it's not so. Yeah. Okay, great. A final question then. So this is for speaking mode. So in terms of actually attending, as a delegate for the people when other people are speaking, what I use a different portal. It's a different. Yes, right. Okay, that would be nice. So, so when I come to present, I come in on the same link I've come to you now. Yeah. Yes. And then when I leave it, and then I use another link to listen to the other session. That would be great. Oh, that would be good. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. That's good. 9:07 is okay. 9:07. Gosh, that's very exact. Right. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. it's 2 hours, so I need to be there at 7:07. Well, presumably a bit before, right? So, yeah. Well, I'm thinking 5 half an hour before, so 9:07 to speak, 30 minutes before. But I'm hoping that I'll be, because I'm not the first speaker, obviously. So I'm hoping that. Oh, am I? Oh, right. I didn't think I was. I thought on the program that there was someone before me. Okay, that's fine. Okay, there we are. Oh, okay, that's fine. Oh, right. Oh, well, that's what a frightening privilege. Okay, that's fine. So that's 8:37 at the latest your time, which is 6:37, because you're 2 hours ahead of us here. So that's 6:37 a.m. at my time. That's fine. And um, and then I'll have you'll send me. Will you send me the link for the whole thing? Yeah, fabulous. That's excellent. That's coming through in the chat, is it? Okay. How many people? How many delegates are actually there for the conference? Just so I know, so I can terrorize myself with numbers. You're not okay. Okay. Okay, fine. Oh, don't lie. That's fine. Well, there could be a reassurance in that it's only, it's only 50 or 20 or 10 or something. But yeah, it looks lovely. The hall looks wonderful, and Tallinn looks gorgeous as a city. Yeah, as I say, I would have wished to be there, but alas. Oh, there we are. Great. Okay, so that's the link. Okay, that's good. I should copy that and put on there. If I can put that there. Got you. Ah. I'm literally watching myself watching my own present. There we are. How interesting. Yeah, there we are. I'll just put that on a favorites list, and then I got it for tomorrow, so I can choose language. I'm literally watching myself watching my own present. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, there we are. I'll just put that on a favorites list, and then I got it for tomorrow. I'm literally watching myself. I got that. Yeah, 20-second delay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I won't be aware of that, obviously, when I'm presenting. So I just won't have the conference link open at the time I'm presenting, and then I'll just open it when I've finished. Do I stay on this? How does it work in terms of the panel? That's a good point. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But in terms of, okay, but in terms of where I need to be on this channel for that I'm on now. Okay, that's fine. And others are on their own individual channels that are beamed onto the same. Okay, so for my presentation and for the remaining presentations in my session and the panel, I stay on the channel I'm on now, and then when that's over, that's fine. Yeah, and I just mute myself. Do I see? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Although it will stop. And then for the, if I want to come back for the afternoon session, because there's somebody speaking in the afternoon I'd quite like to hear. Yeah, that's good. That's fine. I'll use the other link for that. Perfect. I think that covers everything. Yeah. Yeah. No, I see. Well, I've got you. Yeah. Yeah. So something. Let's get the height roughly right. If I'm in a different room, we can. Is that better? That's good. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can make sure.